Hi there, just looking for a sound and video check.
All right, good morning. I hear you. If you have your microphone on, okay, it sounds like it's taken care of. Well, good morning, everybody. This is a special open meeting of the Public Regulation Commission. It's Thursday, May 8th, and we're here to talk about wildfire mitigation plans. I am really happy to see so many people here in the room because it shows that we understand that this is a very serious issue that we need to talk about and prepare for. But before we get started, I just have some logistical things that we need to take care of. And so maybe General Counsel, if you could please call the roll.
Commissioner Nybert.
Present.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Present.
And I'm going to call to check to see if Commissioner O'Connell is online. I know he's going to try to join us. Okay, not seeing Commissioner O'Connell online. We have two commissioners present and we have a quorum.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance and the state pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag. The a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Okay. I think we only do that for a regular open meeting, so but it's on the agenda, so I didn't want to amend the agenda to remove that. And next on here, we have consideration and approval of the agenda. I do have one amendment, Commissioner Nybert, to the agenda to take care of a procedural matter of something that I need to read into the agenda for a closed session. So I think we could probably do that right after we approve the agenda.
Then I would move approval of the agenda.
Okay, I'll second.
Commissioner Nybert.
Yes.
And Commissioner Aguilera.
Yes. Okay.
Approved.
All right, so bear with me. On May 1, 2025, the commission met in closed session, which was closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 1015(1)(h)(3), deliberations of a public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. I affirm for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited only to those specified in the separate notice and agenda for that closed meeting concerning docket 24-00089-UT, which is in the matter of the application of Public Service Company of New Mexico for revision of its retail electric rates pursuant to Advice Notice 625, specifically deliberations regarding April 8, 2025 certification of stipulation and November 26, 2024 unopposed comprehensive stipulation. I further affirm that no actions were taken in the closed meeting. Okay. So thank you. So now we can get started with the business that we came here to take care of. So again, thank you all for being here today for the Wildfire Mitigation Informational Workshop. We'll be hearing from a range of speakers today, covering topics from policy and legislative matters related to wildfire mitigation, to state agencies' perspectives, and from several utilities about how they are managing their wildfire mitigation efforts. We'll also have a presentation on advanced technology that can aid in wildfire response. And near the end of the workshop, we'll hold an open forum for discussion. And I will try to leave room after the presentations to see if anybody has questions, either online. If you have questions online, please look at the email address on the agenda, which is public.comment@prc.nm.gov, and our staff will make sure that you are able to join in via Zoom, and you can raise your hand. And then Mr. Rodriguez, if you could help me online manage those questions. We do have a pretty packed agenda though, so I'm a little concerned that we're not going to have enough time. Just keep in mind that if we don't have time for Q&A after each presentation, I'll make time after, a certain amount of presentations, and then we'll have, I think, between 35 and 45 minutes to talk toward the end, and we can ask questions and discuss that toward the end of the workshop as well. So before we get started though, I want to emphasize how critical this effort is, which again, I really appreciate having a full room here, because I think we're on the same page that this is a critical discussion that we need to have. In the last decade, we've seen a significant increase in the number and severity of wildfires, especially in the West and in New Mexico as well. And as many of you know, last year, New Mexico faced devastating wildfires near Ruidoso, which burned more than 25,000 acres. And we've had other recent fires as well. SPS's wildfire mitigation plan states that each of the 5 largest wildfires in New Mexico have occurred since 2011. And it's clear that New Mexico and the utilities must be proactive in preparing and responding to these disasters. Some of the large fires in the West have been caused or exacerbated by utility equipment or negligence. For example, the wildfires in PG&E's California territory, the fires in Hawaii, and I'm sure you can pick other examples. And these disasters are not only cause massive losses for people and businesses, but for utilities as well. We've increasingly seen utilities facing lawsuits with insurance companies covering only a fraction of the damages, or in some cases, none at all. Wildfire mitigation is essential not just for community safety, but also for protecting utility operations. It's also important to recognize that investing in wildfire mitigation is far more cost-effective than dealing with the aftermath. Numerous studies have shown that every dollar spent on mitigation can save several dollars in recovery and rebuilding cost. There are significant costs and inconveniences associated with mitigating and preparing for wildfire, so definitely don't want to minimize that. But the costs to these inconveniences and mitigation efforts pale in comparison to dealing with an actual wildfire in our communities. And unfortunately, the threat of wildfires is real, and it's getting worse. So communities and utilities need to prepare. And so I thank you for being here to help us do that. I also want to note that utilities, I think they are, and they need to be mindful that their mitigation efforts impact communities directly. We've seen more frequent warnings of public safety power shutoffs during high-risk weather conditions. I understand the reasons for the PSPS, but I don't think the public is ready for that yet. And so it's our job collectively to make sure that the public is prepared, that they're taking this seriously, and that they also understand why we have PSPS and why, unfortunately, those situations are not going to go away. And when we talk about the impacts, though, there's like food spoilage from PSPS, people who need medical equipment that require electricity to run. They are affected, and the notice that they're receiving for when they need to prepare is important as well. And so I hope that's something that we talk about throughout this workshop. Additionally, in communities where many residents are low income, these concerns can have major repercussions. And so there are trade-offs with any preventative measure, but the processes and communication around PSPS events must continue to improve. And so that's one thing that I hope we get out of this. That said, I do want to commend SPS and PNM for being proactive in filing wildfire mitigation plans, even though it's not currently required by the commission. Both utilities have made it clear that these plans are living documents subject to updates and improvements over time. I really appreciate their efforts because they've filed comprehensive plans that address many of the critical areas that we're going to talk about. So both plans discuss PSPS events along with other mitigation strategies. They focus on vegetation management, weather monitoring and forecasting, and emergency response planning. I also want to stress how important it is for utilities to involve communities and stakeholders in these efforts. I think PNM and SPS have done a commendable job of addressing this in their plans. And the purpose of today's workshop is to explore how more collaboration can strengthen these efforts. So the commission does not have currently minimum requirements for wildfire mitigation plans. Although we do require plans for curtailment of service. So I'm hoping that this workshop can facilitate discussion of what minimum requirements we should require. And even if it turns out that the requirements that we implement will look a lot like what PNM and SPS are doing already, I think it's still important to have this conversation, because the other piece of it is not just the utilities being prepared, but it's the public being prepared. And so the more that we can help educate them and help them be prepared, I think that's how we're going to be successful in this endeavor. So with that, I'm first going to turn it over to see if Commissioner Nybert has anything that he would like to share. If not, we can go ahead and get started with our presentations.
Just very briefly, Mr. Chair, I haven't gone to very many programs the last 4 months without this issue being raised, and the utilities certainly know that. It's not just a New Mexico issue. It's an issue that's really being faced coast to coast. What used to be deemed an act of God is no longer seen as an act of God, but is seen as a negligent act. And so you all, the utilities, bear liability for that, and we need to figure out how to reduce or try to lessen the liability that you all face, because ultimately the ratepayers end up paying for all of this. So it's important to the citizens of New Mexico. It's important to your companies, and it's certainly important to this commission. So thank you for being here. Thank you for all the work that you put into these plans, and I'm sure that they will be changed over time as new technology arises and as new and improved ways of mitigating fire risk are developed. Thank you.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started with our first presentation. And so that'll be Mackley, Kirol, and Jerry Morris from our advisory staff here. I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, commissioners and guests. The 2025 New Mexico legislative session focused on enhancing wildfire management and preparedness through a range of legislation, memorials, and funding initiatives and programs. There were several bills that were introduced that addressed wildfires in one form or another. I'm going to review a couple of successes, bills that were chaptered, and then I'm also going to talk about what was less successful. There were key provisions in House Bill 2 that allocated funding, excuse me, to MNRD for emergency response and support vehicles, in addition to watershed restoration and wildfire protection improvements. HB 175 expanded the Forest and Watershed Restoration Act to include buffer zones around urban and wildland areas. SB 33 created a new section within the Forest Conservation Act, and that bill created the Wildfire Prepared Fund for the new Wildfire Prepared Program, and it appropriated $20 million for fiscal year 2025 and subsequent fiscal years. Notably, some of the changes are new members being added to the Fire Planning Task Force, the Superintendent of Insurance, the Secretary of Homeland Security and Emergency Management Department, an expert appointed by the State Forester, and a representative of an insurance trade association. There were also new requirements added for the task force, which are to develop wildfire preparedness standards for certification, and also to develop grant guidelines and requirements for grants under the new act. The Wildfire Prepared Program is newly created to make changes to structures and properties, conduct hazardous fuels reduction, provide technical assistance and training, conduct assessments, provide certifications, and award grants to qualified entities. So political subdivisions of the state will be able to use the grants for making structures and properties wildfire prepared, to be able to conduct hazardous fuel reduction and create buffers in high-risk areas, and establish community programs for assessments and certification. At least 50% of the grant money has to go to qualified entities to help eligible property owners prepare their residences for wildfires. So then we have some other proposals on this list that face some setbacks, like HB 191, which aimed to create permanent funds for wildfire suppression and post-fire recovery. This would have provided the State Forestry Division with flexibility to fund a variety of services that are related to wildfire suppression and post-wildfire operations, including vehicle rentals and repair, paying contract wildfire firefighters, and include pre-positioning of resources and forest thinning work. But that was vetoed by the governor. And in her letter, she cites several similarities to SB 33. So that's why it wasn't signed. Other measures that did not pass on this list are mirror bills, HB 334 and SB 281, which would have required rural electric co-ops to develop and submit wildfire mitigation plans to the Forestry Division and the PRC for approval. And it also placed a $2 million limit on the amount of liability for damages. There were other measures on this list, like allowing a temporary gaming tax exemption for gaming operator licensees that are located in a wildfire disaster area, and also home fire recovery tax credits, funding for fire prevention in the Middle Rio Grande area, and a study on a new water impoundment for wildfire suppression up in Taos. So although these measures weren't successful this year, it's important that we're aware because we may see the same or similar versions in subsequent years. So on to the New Mexico Wildfire Study Group. The wildfire crisis, as you said, Commissioner Aguilera, has highlighted the urgent need for coordinated action and shared priorities among first responders, government agencies, and community stakeholders. Enter Senate Memorial 2, which is a positive step to address and mitigate wildfires here in New Mexico. So the purpose of the Wildfire Study Group is to establish a dedicated group of stakeholders to develop a comprehensive strategic response to wildfire prevention and management, and also assess wildfire risks to improve emergency response planning and recommend vegetation management strategies to reduce fuel loads and mitigate fire spread. The objectives and deliverables for the group are to identify these high-risk areas that are vulnerable to wildfire using data, community input, and field assessments. It's also to develop a cohesive emergency response plan that improves coordination and speed of action. It's also designed to promote proactive land and vegetation management, including controlled burns and forest thinning practices. Senate Memorial 2 provides an inclusive stakeholder participation. This well-rounded group will include at least 14 members representing a broad range of expertise and perspective. These are representatives from the Forestry Division, emergency management agencies, the PRC, Indian Affairs Department, utility companies, and other relevant local, tribal, and state organizations. So what does coordination and accountability for the study group look like? The Forestry Division is tasked with leading coordination efforts, ensuring regular and productive meetings, and the group will then include their key findings after meeting and their actionable recommendations for necessary funding and proposed legislation in a final report that is going to be submitted to the Interim Legislative Committee by November 1st, 2025. So this portion completes the state policy framework, which we believe is critical in shaping the local landscape. I now turn it over to Mac-Lee Carroll, who will provide insight into the federal landscape and the implications for policy making at the national level.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, commissioners. So going from micro to macro, let's discuss some federal policy frameworks. This is not an exhaustive list, but it helps paint a broader picture of efforts, and it represents some of the more significant policies and why they matter. Okay, so starting from the top, we have bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed in 2021. It earmarked over $500 billion for wildfire prevention, detection, and response. Key investments focused on fuel management and prescribed fire support, and $1.5 billion of that went to the U.S. Forest Service for mechanical thinning, prescribed fires, and hazardous fuel reductions. Investments also focused on modernizing firefighter equipment and training. This included raising federal firefighter pay and offering mental health and training support. It also focused on forest restoration and tribal lands. This included establishing funds for community wildfire defense grants to support planning and implementation at-risk towns. Why does this matter? It's because this is the first time the federal government has funded wildfire resilience at this scale. So the bipartisan infrastructure law signals a fundamental shift that the wildfire mitigation isn't just a forestry issue anymore, it's an infrastructure issue. And now looking at the Inflation Reduction Act, that provided another $1.85 billion to the U.S. Forest Service and the DOI specifically for wildfire risk reduction. This is the largest climate investment in U.S. history. And this matters because it bridges the gap between emergency response and long-term mitigation, and it enables the federal government to plan ahead, not just react. It also opened up new funding channels for collaborative projects for New Mexico utilities, tribes, and agencies like ourselves. The IRA takes us from crisis management to climate resilience. It recognizes that the wildfire prevention is a climate solution. Okay, next up, we have the National Cohesive Wildland Fire Management Strategy. This strategy is a national collaborative framework. It's not a regulation, but it's a vision to align wildfire response across local, state, tribal, and federal partners. This was finalized in 2014, and it's built on science, on stakeholder input, and lessons learned from severe wildfires. Something that I thought was interesting is that it's focused around three pillars, three goals. One is resilient landscapes, fire adapted communities, and safe and effective wildfire response. And why this matters is because this strategy sets the tone nationally. It's not about one agency solving wildfire risk, it's about everyone going in the same direction. So some other federal tools and recent changes that have come about include FEMA's BRIC program, BRIC standing for Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities. Historically, it's been FEMA's flagship pre-disaster program, but now it's being phased out and is being replaced with a new framework to help streamline the programs. This new approach is supposedly will retain many of BRIC's elements, but the reason why I'm mentioning this because I think it's important for communities to track this transition and be ready for new program guidelines, eligibility, and timelines. In terms of guidelines and eligibility, something that could happen is other opportunities to help fund wildfire resilience programs. And another tool that helps that exists is HUD's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery. That helps support long-term recovery after major disasters, including wildfires. And this is great for low-income communities post-recovery and wildfire survivors. A notable example was the 2018 Camp Fire. In that Paradise, California received over $200 million in disaster recovery funds. So that supported rebuilding and looking forward to wildfire mitigation planning. So as FEMA retires, BRIC and HUD continues to play a major role in post-disaster recovery, there is an opportunity for us to help shape resilience funding to better meet these crises. Okay, now let's look what's happening in some Western states, specifically California, Hawaii, Colorado. This gives us as New Mexicans the opportunity to learn from our neighbor states, not just learn, but help tailor our approach to our unique situation. Starting with California, they've helped set the tone of how to handle wildfire mitigation. And the pivotal point was when Senate Bill 901 was passed in 2018. That provided over $1 billion over 5 years for forest health and fuel treatment management. And it required the utilities to submit wildfire mitigation plans to the California Commission. So, and then on the other side of this, on the utility side, the Camp Fire resulted in PG&E announcing filing for bankruptcy. And as a result of that, that triggered reform in the shape of a $21 billion with a B dollar wildfire fund that was established by the legislature to help stabilize utility finances. And because of this, it's also pushed the California Commission to play a bigger site in terms of oversight to the commission. So because of that, they reviewed annually wildfire safety division plans that must include circuit level risk modeling, vegetation clearance, and utility workforce training. On top of that, the state supports deployment of AI-based fire detection, including satellite mapping and sensor networks. So California has been able to learn from turning these hard lessons into legislation. So they went from mandatory wildfire plans to utility accountability. And this shows something how regulation can help drive resilience. So the next state we're looking at is Hawaii. As we all remember, in 2023, just a few years ago, Hawaii experienced the deadliest US wildfire in over a century, killing at least 100 people and destroying more of the historic Lahaina property. And the results of that fire exposed some systemic issues, including delayed evacuation alerts, overgrown vegetation, and a lack of wildfire planning. Like they had energized power lines, but they had no formal public safety power shutoff protocols. But as a result of that tragedy, it did lead to the result of the creation of a statewide wildfire resilience working group. So that includes utilities like Hawaiian Electric, emergency management, support, utility regulators, landowners, and fire scientists coming together. On top of that, legislation has been considered to require vegetation clearance near energized infrastructure. And this also has caused their commission to be involved in more oversight, which means detailing the wildfire mitigation plans and development of de-energization protocols and investment in undergrounding and microgrid deployment. I was actually on a stakeholder call earlier this week, and someone said that the worst disasters are the ones that you aren't prepared for. So these are just a few reminders that no state is immune, and it's not the absence of it's the absence of policy, not fire history, that defines vulnerability. So the last state I'll be looking at is Colorado. They're a standout because they focus on community planning, insurance regulation, and local capacity building. In 2021, legislation was signed after the Marshall fires that created the Colorado Forest Health Council, and that dedicated funds for community risk assessment and wildland firefighter workforce development. On top of that, Colorado is pioneering insurance and risk mapping climate by using these fire risk maps to guide insurance underwriters and land use. The Colorado Division of Insurance now mandates insurers use these wildfire risk maps. And on top of that, they've had great utility involvement. As we know, Excel is developing a multi-year wildfire mitigation plan that's focusing on mitigation techniques like undergrounding in high fire risk areas. So Colorado treats wildfires both as insurance risk and a land use problem. Their model shows how data regulation and local empowerment can help reduce long-term exposure. So in closing, we have a few takeaways. One, federal-state coordination is improving, but gaps do remain in data sharing, workforce capacity, and long-term maintenance funding. And on top of that, we have been seeing a theme of accountability with the utilities.
And it's also important to know that this is an opportunity to build a safer, more resilient New Mexico. And it helps us all to unify our strategies to protect New Mexican lives, their properties, and our natural resources. And this coming together of stakeholders is a long-term commitment to wildfire prevention, response, and recovery. And for that, we'll stand for questions.
Well, thank you for that. I don't know that I have any questions. I appreciate the updates, but I also appreciate the context. I think that we've been fairly lucky in New Mexico. I mean, obviously we have had fires. We haven't been off the hook completely, and they have been devastating. And I know there are people who, still can't get telephone service, are having trouble rebuilding their homes because they can't get insurance. And so don't want to minimize that. But I think compared to other places in the West, Hawaii, we've been pretty lucky. And so I appreciate you sharing that context. I think the takeaway that I come away with from this is that we can learn from experiences here in New Mexico, and we can learn from experiences in other states with other utilities. And so thank you. Commissioner Nybert, did you have? Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. I think we could then get started with our next presentation from Morris and Miguel Electric Cooperative. Turn it over to you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. There she goes. Appreciate you having me here today. My name is Les Montoya. I'm the general manager for Morris San Miguel Electric Cooperative. I'm not sure everybody knows where that's at, but it's in northeastern New Mexico. I was asked today to speak on the experience that we had with the wildfire that got out of control. It was a prescribed burn by the U.S. Forest Service, and that prescribed burn was actually lit when 50, 60 mile an hour winds were in place at the time. So obviously it took off, and we ended up dealing with some major issues there. But my presentation is formulated based on the questions that I was asked to answer today. So I'll start off with that. What was the process like to resolve this with the federal government, as this was a prescribed burn? Initially, it was difficult to deal with this issue because obviously the control burn was out of our control. It was basically the Forest Service that needed to call in the management team to oversee the fire. So they set up a major incident command center. So we spent a lot of time, myself and my operations personnel spent a lot of time in the operations center with the fire management team, taking directives from them as to what we need to do with regards to energizing or de-energizing our power system within the burn itself. There were regular requests as the fire moved. There are regular requests from us to de-energize certain sections of our distribution system in order to make conditions safe for all crews that were out in the field. So we did that. We had a lot of opposition from from some of our members. They felt in some cases we shouldn't be de-energizing. Matter of fact, I was called to a meeting in the center of Mora during the burn by a certain amount of residents who pretty much threatened me to not adhere to the direction being issued by the command center. I told them I wouldn't do that. Obviously, we're under a state of emergency. I need to do what I'm directed to do in the interest of safety. So we did that, and things turned out okay from that perspective. The other thing we had to deal with, as I was sitting in the incident command, I knew I was going to have to prepare a damage assessment because I was figuring I'm going to have to depend on FEMA public assistance funds to help rebuild the system that was being damaged in the process. So I went out with an RFP. I selected a consultant after about 10 consultants that responded. And I selected a consultant out of Albuquerque, T&D Engineering. We got them hired and once we were able to get into the field, they sent their men out and did a complete damage assessment of our system. We ended up with estimates of damage as close to over $25 million. We had damage to our infrastructure, our distribution system, approximately 2,400 poles that have been identified as needing to be replaced. So once we did that, we obviously were in contact with FEMA, Department of Homeland Security. They obligated funds under the Public Assistance Act to help us on a reimbursement basis to help cover the cost. There was a nightmare at that point because the Department of Homeland Security was not prepared to handle that disaster or that situation. So I didn't have the cash in our operations. I mean, we're a $13 million co-op a year. $13 million a year is our budget, plus or minus. So I didn't have the cash to work on rebuilding the system. We had 5 contractors that we hired to go to work in the field to start rebuilding our system. So what I had to do is borrow $6.5 million from 2 agencies, one from our co-bank, one of the common financial institutions for co-ops, and then also the RUS, Rural Utility Service. So that provided the cash we needed to pay the contractors who were completing the work. So we went through that process with the system as far as trying to recover immediately and then long term as well. So that's kind of how we dealt with that situation throughout that period. The next question was, how are we dealing with the fact that homeowners aren't and can't rebuild because they can't get insurance? I checked with State Farm Insurance Company there in Las Vegas, and the agent there did tell me that they will provide insurance to those individuals that were willing to build within the burn scar or rebuild within the burn scar. However, they do have their standards as to under what conditions they would be able to provide, and they're pretty strict. So it makes it difficult for a lot of those landowners to be able to obtain the insurance for sure. The other point on that issue is, let's see, I kind of lost my place here. Oh, the other thing is they are building, there are some residents that are rebuilding basically based on the fact that they've been refunded by FEMA for damages. There are a lot of people in the area that have not been refunded, if you will, from FEMA for the damages that they experienced. So they're at stalemate in terms of what they're doing on their property. We have a lot of modular homes moving into the area, setting up in areas where their longtime homes were before. And then there's some people that are just leaving. They're just selling out and leaving. So obviously, we're trying to work with those people, the people that were impacted by the burn and lost their service and are rebuilding or replacing modular homes on their property. We won't charge them for reconnect fees or reconnecting them to the system. We allow them to we'll do that for them, set what we need to do so that they can connect at no charge to them. That was a policy the board thought was important to try to help out getting our load back to where it should be. And then the other thing we did was we worked with the local groups to try and assist in any manner we can to help the residents in that area. And then what else? What does our customer load look like right now? Right now, our customer load is primarily residential. We lost close to 500 structures or meters during that period of time. Right now, we're roughly about 11,475 customers meters. So we're coming back up to what we were originally in 21. I think we're 11,575 plus or minus meters at that time. Our load has increased actually over the past 3 years, surprisingly, based on everything we've gone through. But we're attributing that a lot to weather conditions that we've had to deal with. It's been the past 2 winters have been cold, although not a lot of snow, but cold and long-term cold spells. So we've kind of dealt with that. The other point was, what was the other question? How has the experience changed the utility? The previous slide showed an aerial view of the plume of smoke from the fire. That was the fire. I don't know if everybody knows, but the area of the fire was roughly over 450,000 acres. Largest fire in New Mexico, actually. The shot that you see now on the screens is an example or a map of our distribution system. Everything in black and yellow is the part of the system that was impacted by the fire. And so, as I mentioned earlier, that part has been rebuilt to about 80% at this point. We still have a lot of underground work that needs to be done. And we're working on trying to finish our overhead rebuild by the end of this summer this year. The other thing we have good going on right now is the fact that about 30% of our system's been rebuilt. So that's helped us quite a bit. So we've got a better system. The other thing we were able to do under this situation was we applied with partnership from New Mexico Rural Electric Cooperative for GRIP grant, Grid Resiliency Improvement Project. And we were lucky enough to obtain a almost a $15 million grant, close to 16 million actually, with matching requirements. So we'll be utilizing those dollars to improve our system additionally. We'll follow up with inventorying our system, because our system right now, we don't have a model of our system, and it makes it difficult to manage the system without a model. When I first hired, 8 years ago, I asked, where's the map to our system? And the gentleman looked at me, the operations manager, says it's in here. And I was like, I've got to take it out of there and put it where we can work that thing. So it's been a chore. It's been an expensive process to try to get that done. But under this GRIP, we're going to be able to achieve that. The other thing we're going to be able to do is do additional hardening on our system, make it more preventive, being able to sustain fire conditions. And then the other thing we're going to do is increase our vegetation management program. We're going to try to get out and do more on a consistent basis, vegetation management throughout our service area. And then finally, the other thing, we're going to hire a couple more linemen to help us in the field to get some of this work done. And then the last thing we have pending right now is I've got to remove 160,000 plus or minus hazard trees. These are trees that are threatening the power lines that we've just rebuilt or about to rebuild. And that's over about 178 miles of power line. And it's estimated that's going to cost roughly over $160 million. So what we've done with FEMA said they'll cover that initially. So we started 8 months ago getting the fill work done, the preparation necessary to really do a timber harvest is what I'm calling it. And then about a month ago, FEMA came in and said, no, we're not gonna cover that project. And I'm already almost $3 million into preparation for the project. So then Department of Homeland Security, thank goodness, they wrote a letter to FEMA telling them, nope, you got this all wrong. you need to focus on doing this. This is a responsibility of the co-op to get rid of hazard trees that threaten power lines. So they reevaluated, and as my last meeting yesterday, they told me that they're close to authorizing us to utilize the funds to get out and start working. We have contractors already on contract. They've been on hold for 2 months now. I was ready to go 2 months ago with the contractors, get them in the field, but they're on hold. But they're standing by, waiting for us to get the okay from FEMA to start on this hazard tree removal project. So that gives you a little background on what we've been doing. Hopefully it answered your questions as to what was posed to me in this agenda today.
Well, thank you for that. And, you know, as a cooperative, you have fewer resources than the investor-owned utilities, and you're typically in rural areas with longer lines and fewer people to be able to pay for the improvements that are needed. And so, yeah, I certainly understand how difficult the experience has been. I guess maybe I should ask on behalf of other cooperatives, what recommendations would you have for them in terms of preparing for an
The
event?
first recommendation I would have with the U.S. Forest Service is to set their guidelines so that they don't prescribe burns under those type of conditions. I mean, that's a no-brainer to me. I used to work with state forestry a long time ago, fighting fires myself, and I mean, somebody didn't use common sense in that situation. But that's what I would ask, is for oversight, close oversight in that respect, first of all. And then as far as, you know, we have had experience of fires that were wildfires started from our power lines. We had one large fire in the Pecos area several years ago, actually, just before I got on board. And it's a difficult situation because our area is primarily a mountainous area. And like you mentioned, it's tough to have a crew beefed up enough to do everything that needs to be done. And so the best thing I'm working on is trying to improve is take advantage of those federal funds that are available to help subsidize this operation, because it's not going to come from the membership. The membership is too small. And like you say, we're in an area that income is not what it should be a lot of times. So it makes it a real difficult job, any way you look at it.
I do have a question regarding these hazard trees. On Forest Service land, you're dealing with the Forest Service, but a lot of your system is probably on private land, and your rights of way, I suspect, are fairly narrow. And so there's possibly tens of thousands of trees of that 160,000 that fall outside of your right of way. And my question is, how do you go about removing trees outside your right of way that constitute a hazard to your infrastructure?
Very good question. And we're working on that. That was part of our preparation to getting out in the field. We do have 3 people out in the field communicating with property owners on what we're attempting to do, number 1. Number 2, they're being provided with information as far as what our responsibilities are for removing hazard tree. Number 3, they're being provided a form that they're signing that would, number 1, authorize us to access their property. And number 2, they're being asked the question, do you want this wood to remain on your property once it's cut? And if you do, we'll cut it and stack it for you. If you don't, we'll cut it and remove it from your property. And with that, so far, people have been open to the idea of us encroaching on their property. And to let you know, the width that we're looking at is 50 feet either side of our distribution line. So we're going way into their property and way beyond our right of way or our easement. but it's working out pretty well. The key part of that was getting in the field and talking face to face with the consumer or the property owner. Because initially, when they heard we were going to cut trees, the first response was, "You're not getting on my property." And so T&D, we hired basically a whole team, forest management team, if you will, to come in and administer this hazard tree removal project. We didn't have the capacity to do that within our resources. And those are all costs that we're claiming under the FEMA Public Assistance Act as well. And that's what I'm waiting for from FEMA to authorize. And they're saying I should get the authorization soon.
Yeah, it's an issue that I think the state's going to have to address since the state forester's here. Maybe I'll direct my comments to her, but the fact of the matter is the utilities can only deal within their right of way. And when they go outside, they have to either get cooperation from the landowner, or there has to be some other mechanism to deal with hazardous trees outside the right of way that constitute the hazard. And I don't think our state laws currently give much flexibility there to deal with those situations. And ultimately, I think the state legislature is going to have to do something to deal with that precise issue, because if you're being held responsible for a tree falling on your line and that tree happens to be located outside of your right of way, you have no ability to mitigate that risk. And so the state needs to come up with some public policy to deal with that specific issue, in my opinion. So thank you for illuminating that issue.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you so much for being
Thank you.
here. Appreciate your sharing your experience.
You bet.
Next, we have a couple of divisions from MNERD here to present. Thank you for coming, and I'll turn it over to you. You could also please introduce yourselves, and if you have anybody else presenting with you.
Morning, I'm Laura McCarthy, State Forester within the Energy, Minerals and Natural Resources Department. Thank you for having us here. And I have a lot of slides that I'm going to go through quickly. So this is going to be my signal instead of saying next. And I'm also here with staff, Abigail Plecky. Earlier, I heard McLee mention the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program, and that is the program that Abigail Plecky manages on behalf of the division. As well, I've been the state forester for 5 years now, and as one of my responsibilities, I represent the governor on the Federal Wildland Fire Leadership Council. That is the council that developed the cohesive strategy that McLee described earlier. And there is a lot of change happening right now in the federal landscape. That's not part of my presentation, but if you are interested in getting into any of the proposed changes, I'll try to weave it in a little bit because it is going to demand some different response from the state of New Mexico. My goal in this presentation, knowing that this is day one of a 4-part workshop series, is to set some context from the perspective of what the Forestry Division and our federal partners do, and just to kind of create a common framework of understanding about the systems we currently have in place, not to defend them, because I'm sure all of it can be improved, but just to explain the dynamics of what we have today. I did want to mention 2 things legislatively that weren't covered in that excellent presentation earlier. One of them is that $10 million in House Bill 2, Section 5 went to the Office of Superintendent of Insurance, specifically to deal with home hardening and property mitigation for people who are members or insured under the state FAIR Plan. So that represents a first step by the legislature and the superintendent of insurance to deal with preparing homes to withstand a fire, which ultimately ties back to the liability issue. All right, with that, let's go to the next slide. So our forestry division, state forestry division within MNERD does have the jurisdiction of laws and regulations related to forestry on lands within the state. And next slide. That includes then the responsibility for fire prevention and suppression on all 43 million acres of, basically, if it's not federal, it's not municipal, and it's not tribal, then it's in our jurisdiction for fire response. That includes then the state trust lands and all of the private lands. Next slide. We are divided up into 6 districts, and each of these districts has a fire management team comprised of a fire management officer, a fire engine boss, and then a whole apparatus of emergency hire firefighters who come on in 2-week intervals to help us respond to fire. We maintain fire engines at each of these districts, and we also maintain a network of partnerships with local government that I'll explain further in the next slide. Okay, so all of the fire response happens under the umbrella of a master cooperative wildfire management agreement. The signatories to it are the 4 Department of Interior agencies. So Bureau of Land Management, Park Service, Indian Affairs, and Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Department of Agriculture Forest Service, the Los Alamos National Lab signs, and then the state of New Mexico through Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department signs. This creates an entirely unified framework for wildfire suppression. In this agreement, we have outlined our wildfire response structure that is designed to ensure the quickest dispatch for initial attack. And it uses the closest force concept as opposed to whose jurisdiction the fire started on. It establishes our notification process. It lays out a process for who's going to pay for the fire and how it's going to be reimbursed. And it sets up access on an interagency basis to all kinds of resources like equipment caches, crews, aviation, etc. It sets up a process for joint implementation and project planning, and it allows the National Guard to be used if necessary under a governor's declared emergency. Next slide. We also are part of an interstate compact for the prevention and control of forest fires. And this is important because it allows us to have state-to-state agreements. For example, we currently have them with Oregon and Washington, and because our fire seasons are at different times of year, we, like for example, in 2022, when we had not only the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire, but we had, for the first time in our state's history, 7 wildfires burning at the same time that required a Type 1 incident management team, the most complex type of wildfire. And so we brought in engines from Oregon, Washington, and pre-positioned them to be able to both have as many resources on the current fires, but also to have resources to catch the new starts so that 7 major fires didn't become 20 major fires. Let's see, let me see what my next slide is. As well, we are part of the Great Plains Interstate Compact, and that also enables us very quickly to bring in resources, especially from North Dakota and South Dakota. Next slide. So I wanted to just share a little bit about what we are staffed up with right now. So this slide and the next several slides are about our current level of preparation for 2025. So we have 6 hand crews and crew modules that are state-based. They are at the type 2 initial attack level, and 2 of them are in training to become the elite hotshot crews, although that takes time to get there. They are located all over the state. I won't repeat the details of this slide, but I thought it would be useful to have for you to have this in the record. And we have wildfire engine crews. So the basis of an engine crew is the actual fire engine itself, and they can be staffed with a minimum of 2 people, but as many as 6 people. And so we change that staffing level based on where we are in the fire season and the aggressiveness of response that's required for the given situation. Again, those are spread throughout the state. Plus, we have a wildfire response program that is currently based here in Santa Fe at Richards Avenue, and the legislature has appropriated funding for them to move out to a new building to be constructed on the National Guard campus, which will be excellent for, it's forward-looking in terms of statewide emergency wildfire response. Next slide. All right, we also rely heavily on local governments to respond to wildfire. You saw how big those fire response districts are. An engine that's parked in Las Vegas is not going to get to a fire start in Broadview in enough time. It's going to, that's a 3-hour drive. So we have a system that we call the Resource Mobilization Plan system, where we work with local governments that have resources that they want to contribute to firefighting. We have 10 counties and 19 municipalities participating, and they offer all kinds of resources from emergency medicine to their own engines to overhead to crew resources. Next slide. So in this slide, you'll just see the listing of all of the local governments that are participating in 2025 with resource mobilization plans. Next slide. Aviation. Currently, the state of New Mexico does not contract directly for any aviation. We use the Master Cooperative Fire Agreement to procure or secure aviation resources when we need it directly from the U.S. Forest Service and other agencies like BIA and BLM that maintain this set of resources. And you can see, well, it's maybe a little bit blocked on the slide with, so on the far right, let me just read those numbers because I think they're important. We have surge capacity, that's the far right column. In addition to 2 VLATs, there's surge capacity for 2 more. In addition to the large air tankers or LATs, there's surge capacity for 14 more. On scoopers, we have 6 that are available for surge capacity. And for helicopters, there are up to 470 helicopters potentially available to us. This has been a really good deal for the state of New Mexico. We looked at our use, the amount of aviation that we've had to pay for on an annual basis, average over the last 5 years, and it's $6 to $7 million. And, a single helicopter is $25 million. I think we can see with the changes that the federal government is going through right now that our good ride on this is likely to end. And so we will have to come up with an aviation strategy, likely contractual, where the state of New Mexico in the future may need to procure our own aviation resources so that we are not caught without them. Aviation on its own, though, does not solve our wildfire crisis. And absolutely has to be matched with ground crews and engines. And that's why we've invested the way we have. Next slide. A little bit about planning. So the Forestry Division maintains a 10-year forest action plan. There's a set of strategies here. I'm going to talk about 2 of them in particular. Next slide. Earlier was mentioned when giving the kind of the overview of the wildfire situation. What I didn't hear talked about was that our forests themselves are fire adapted, and it's not going to work to take fire out of the ecosystems entirely. Rather, this set of strategies is intended to help us achieve a balance between putting out wildfires where we need to and keeping communities and our infrastructure safe and resilient, at the same time that when and where it's safe to use fire for management purposes, that we do that. Next slide. Our action plan, we were actually the first in the country to create a right-of-way strategy. Now, let me say, this was put together in 2020. If we were writing this today, we would probably write it very differently. And in fact, we are going through a 5-year review process and update right now. So we are seeking input on these strategies. We can ditch strategies that are not working well, and we can accelerate strategies or add new sub-strategies based on potentially some of the outcomes from this 4-workshop series. The key here is that our expertise as the Forestry Division is in the vegetation management side of things. That's what we think we have to contribute. And that's really the intent of this sub-strategy. And sub-strategy 4 is also, I think, important. You heard Mr. Montoya talk about being embedded in the incident management team. They are using this wildfire decision support system, or WIFDIS. And to the extent that in a pre-season way, we can provide information, utilities can provide information that's kept confidential, but accessible to the incident management team when they need it, which is immediately, that's something that we should be considering. We put it in as a strategy. I don't believe it's been acted on yet. So next slide. The rest of my comments are structured in 6 parts, and I think I think of these 6 phases as discrete points in time. Now, maybe vegetation management is something that's taking place over 9 months, but it's not an activity that you undertake, for example, when you're suppressing wildfires. So to me, this is a useful 6-part thing, and I'm going to show what I mean in just a minute. So with vegetation management, next slide. We have several examples here, and in fact, you have a photo where you can actually see some lines up. They're sort of silhouetted against the clouds there. And this is the Joplin Ridge treatment project that we did on state land. We took state money. The project itself was on state trust land, and we did it in cooperation with Mr. Romero and his team at the Otero Co-op. As well, when there was ARPA funding that came to the state during the pandemic, we took $1 million of that and we put out an RFP that was available to any of the utilities to do tree thinning along the rights of ways. And we were actually really disappointed that only one entity ended up applying. Several started applications but didn't follow through. So we didn't end up putting that whole $1 million to the purposes that we had hoped. And we also found out during that process that landowners will use intimidation if they don't want trees cut on their land. And it is a different scenario when you haven't experienced the fire yet. And I think that that's very concerning to us and something that has a potential policy implication. All right, do you want me to speed up? Because I can, if you'd like me to. Part of the purpose of putting this slideshow together was to have it in the record. So I can keep going at this pace, but if you want me to speed up, I will.
I would ask your colleagues who are presenting after if they need as much time.
You're fine.
They say
I
I'm
just need
fine.
about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I will keep going. The CWDG is this Community Wildfire Defense Grants. New Mexico has been incredibly successful with it. We've brought $39 million of federal money into the state. It is not going to be clawed back by the federal government. They've made that very clear. And in fact, they have proceeded with a third round. And it's my understanding that several utilities have put in applications. We maintain a statewide price agreement. So does the State Land Office and the Department of Game and Fish. All three of these price agreements are available for others to use as appropriate to procure thinning contractors quickly. And as was mentioned with House Bill 175, that's where the wildland urban interface buffers come in. And we did receive through House Bill 2, Section 5, $20 million for forest and watershed restoration. And we're going to prioritize that on the wildland urban interface buffers. You know, at the end of the day, we can't really control how the national forests are managed, try as we might, but we can do is put buffers in between their mismanaged lands and our incredibly valuable communities. Next slide. Pre-fire planning, a lot of work goes on in January, February, and March to get ready for the fire season. The Forestry Division publishes a fire policy every year that guides how we respond to wildfires, and we update it every year based on whatever we learned the previous year about what is or isn't working. We also have an RMP guide that those local cooperators agree to and live by. We have a lot of interstate coordination happening. There's the Southwest Geographic Area Coordination Team, or GAC, that is comprised of all of the agencies that are on the Master Cooperative Fire Agreement. They meet pre-season weekly, and then when fire season intensifies, they may go to 3 meetings a day, and they are allocating resources. So they're setting up resources for the season and then allocating them during the season. We have 4 complex incident management teams that run out of the Southwest. This is new terminology. So type 1 team, type 2 team has gone away, and it is now just all complex incident management teams. We're pretty well set with 4 teams. They're reasonably well staffed. There are some critical positions that are not filled because of the resignations within the federal government system. But overall, we're in decent shape. And then we do a lot of pre-season coordination with the local governments that are under our 133 joint powers agreements for initial attack response. Next slide. Our contribution to public safety power shutoff is minimal. What we do have to potentially contribute is fire weather, direct coordination with this Southwest Coordinating Group, Intera, which is an information sharing platform, and amplifying the notifications when the utilities bring them forward. Next slide. There are just a few images here. We'll go through them real quickly. Fire weather, next slide. the drought index is used by us to pre-position. So we know right now that the nexus for this fire season is going to be in the southwest corner of the state. And we have pre-positioned extra resources down there already. Next slide. We also use things like red flag warnings to staff up. So if we see a red flag warning is coming 3 days out, we might bring in extra emergency hire firefighters so that we have them on hand ready to go. Next slide. And Intera is a platform that the Forestry Division has procured with a certain number of licenses. We tried it as an experiment last year. We are finding it's really working for us. It's interoperable. It can be used by us, by utilities, by local government, and it allows it allows first responders to enter data when they get on scene, but it also pulls in remotely sensed real-time data. And we've already invested in this, and we are willing to continue investing in it so that there's a common interoperable platform for all who are managing wildfires with our different niches statewide. Next slide. Fire suppression. What I want to say here is that fires take different pathways, and our goal as the Forestry Division is that you never hear about the wildfires that we respond to. That's what success looks like. And in fact, we successfully suppress around 500 wildfires every year that only the people who were first on the scene and us will know about. We are staffed within state government to handle up to a type 3 level, which is of moderate complexity. And then if it's too big for us, we will go and we will, pay for that complex incident management team. We will write them a delegation of authority, and they will become the decision makers for that incident. Then when that incident, say the complexity subsides, they will turn it back over to our type 3 team. And in fact, it will sort of de-escalate through a type 4 and a type 5 until it's completely put to bed. Next slide. Immediate post-fire response. You've already talked about that a little bit, and Mr. Montoya described elements of that very well. So there's power restoration, there's hazardous tree removal, there's repairing the damage from suppression, which is probably not so much of importance to utilities, but is very important to the communities. And there's erosion control, which can affect infrastructure if it's not managed well. And we've been growing in this direction. In fact, when the commissioner was Senator Nybert, you helped us with an amendment to the Forest Conservation Act that gave the Forestry Division authority to do that post-fire work, because we didn't have that authority previously. And the legislature, I think actually this is coming up in I'm going to hold that because I've got just a few more slides. Next slide is long-term recovery. That's the 6th piece. And this slide here that is a real New Mexico slide after Las Conchas fire, which was a 2011 fire that was also started by a tree on a power line. It burned into the Santa Clara Pueblo, did tremendous damage. And so there are long-term recovery needs, probably of less importance to the utilities and the PRC, but very important to us as the Forestry Division. And the final step in recovery. Next slide. So lessons learned. from both the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon and the South Fork Salt Fire. So first, the hub mapping was an experiment after the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire that was taken on by the Forest and Watershed Restoration Institute at New Mexico Highlands University. And they put together a one-stop place for people to get information about the post-fire impacts. That turned out to be incredibly useful and got replicated for the South Fork Salt Fire. Items 3 and 4 were already discussed. Obviously, there are major problems with FEMA money for hazard tree removal. Item 3, in the case of the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon, because the federal government did start that, they have also been giving money to the forestry division to do hazard tree removal. We have worked in partnership with the co-op, and we've been focusing more on roads and not so much the power lines, although not exclusively. And the same system of getting landowner written approval to enter their property and then taking it from there. The state legislature, item 6, put money into hazard tree removal when they met for the special session and passed House Bill 1. They put $10 million into South Fork and Salt Fire hazard tree removal. And we've improved our system of getting that landowner approval. So it's much faster now than it used to be. And one of the challenges with House Bill 191 that passed, that was covered in the earlier presentation, and that the governor vetoed was the drafters of the bill intended it. Well, they didn't really know the language that they were using. And so they kind of intended it to be about pre-fire planning, but that isn't where the need is. The need, as Commissioner mentioned earlier, is on the post-fire side. And so we got it redrafted to be about post-fire, but the funding wording didn't get aligned in the session. And so it ended up without funding per se. And I think we are well positioned potentially to build out that hazard tree removal response in a much more coordinated way. Next and final slide. Just to say that if you all think these sort of 6 phases are useful, I would encourage you to think about the timelines for these various activities and to work on keeping them somewhat separate. I am a little bit concerned that Senate Memorial 2 has some duplication of effort with your 4-part workshop series. And I'm going to be here all day, and I would love some thinking around how to coordinate and streamline those processes so that we aren't reinventing the wheel, or worse, having 2 different groups come up with competing sets of recommendations, which really isn't going to serve the state if we want to do something in a 30-day session. So with that, thank you for the time.
Well, thank you. You know, I said earlier that compared to other states, we've been relatively lucky, but maybe we're lucky to have you and your colleagues. And I appreciate the comprehensive plan and the first responders as well. Excuse me. Commissioner Nyberg, did you have any questions? Yeah, we can do that first, but I just wanted to make sure to give you some time to ask questions, but we'll.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Chanel Chavez. I'm the Energy Security Program Coordinator with the Energy Conservation and Management Division at MNERD. What my role is, if you go to the next slide, please. So I'm here to talk about what is ESF 12, Emergency Support Function 12, my role as the Energy Security Coordinator, and what our role is during wildfire events and public safety power shutoffs. So really quickly, I'm going to go over what ESF 12 is. So ESF stands for Emergency Support Function. Here in New Mexico, we have 17 ESFs that are represented by state agencies to be in the State Emergency Operations Center during a statewide disaster. We are number 12, so we support the energy sector. So we represent electricity, natural gas, and fuel. So when the state EOC gets activated, when the governor has declared a state disaster and we all go to the EOC, I am there to help represent the energy sector, to help represent what's happening on the ground, if power is disrupted, if fuel's disrupted, or natural gas. We are the lead for ESF 12 in ECAM, and we do have support from other state agencies like the PRC to be on the team during a state disaster. Next slide, please. So why energy coordination matters. During wildfires and public safety power shutoff events, energy disruptions are expected. However, losing power doesn't just mean no lights. It also means no water if pumps are down, no communication if towers lose power, demand for fuel for backup generation at hospitals and shelters, and possible loss of power to medical devices. So as ESF 12, what we would do is work with other ESFs like the Department of Health, ESF 4, which is state forestry, to look at the other implications if the power goes out. Next slide, please. So our role during a PSPS or any other outage, like I said, we are there to represent the energy sector. Before a known event, such as a PSPS, we will ask what will be out, who will be affected, and how long the outage will last. This will help us with our planning efforts internally, as well as coordinating with utilities, tribal partners, local governments, especially emergency managers who are dealing with it at the local level. We are also helping identify critical infrastructure and backup power needs. During an event, we will track outages and assess impacts to critical services like water facilities. We will help communicate restoration times based on grid configuration and utility inspections and/or repairs. We will support fuel and generator coordination when needed. And we really do ensure that there's a two-way flow of information between the state EOC and the energy sector. So we are really there to help set those expectations when things are happening at the local level or within the energy field. Next slide, please. So real-world coordination. During the 2024 South Fork fire, I was actually not ESF 12 during the fires. I was actually the EOC director. I worked with the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. I started this role just after the fires in July. But for ESF 12, the biggest contributions that were done was working with the utility partners to provide the outage updates and the restoration timelines. And that really helped assess the cascading impacts to other lifelines. We helped identify critical infrastructure at risk, and that included shelters and water systems, and then also coordinating with federal partners, including the Department of Energy, FEMA, and that really helps support information flow and restoration planning, as well as resource support from those agencies. The 2024 South Fork and Salt fires really highlighted the need for clear utility communication channels and earlier integration during wildfire incidents. So with that, next slide, please. What we've done this is just a quick picture of the EOC during the 2024 South Fork fire. All the ESFs would go up during an 11 o'clock briefing and give out where they were at during their during that briefing. Next slide, please. So what we've really been trying to do is build coordination and preparedness. So what we've been doing, we've developed and facilitated tabletop exercises focused on energy disruptions. In February and April, we've held 3 tabletop exercises across New Mexico, with having over 100 people participating in those, including utility providers, emergency management, and other stakeholders like pipelines, natural gas. And what these really did was we wanted to help build those relationships before an incident happened. It also really helped us drive and identify gaps to help with our state energy security plan. The other thing that we're also doing is we facilitate a monthly coordination meeting with the energy sector, emergency management, and state partners to share updates, identify gaps, and strengthen cross-sector communication. On average, we've had about over 500 people on these calls since November. ECAM, like I said, we maintain the New Mexico State Energy Security Plan, and this was done in 2023, and we are going to currently go another update for 2025 and 2026. And the State Energy Security Plan helps identify where our gaps are in New Mexico, but it also gives a good idea of how utility providers and emergency management, and responders can help prepare for an energy outage. Next slide, please. I think that was my last slide. So with that, if you have any questions, just let me know, but that was just a quick overview of what we do.
I don't have any questions for Stephanie, but I do have a couple comments. As I mentioned to Mr. Montoya, it seems to me that while you have the duty to maybe do vegetative management, and it's not confined just to the right of way, the ability to actually secure that vegetative management for utilities outside the right of way becomes problematic. And I'm not aware of any statute that would allow you to cut down the tree, so to speak, outside the right of way, even if it is a hazard to the utilities infrastructure. And so we worked on the back end. I'm wondering if on the front end, the state needs to have a statute that authorizes some mechanism for you to go in and to accomplish that vegetative management, particularly where there is a hazard to a power line. And if the landowner refuses, maybe the liability should shift from the utility company to the landowner. And so they're risking the farm, so to speak, if they're being dogmatic, because you have to have that hammer to get their signature on the piece of paper. But that's going to take legislative action as I see it. And I think we, of course, want our utilities, whether they be rural electric cooperatives or owner invested public utilities, to be in a sound financial condition and not have to bear these risks. And so we would love, I think, as an agency, would love to see more aggressive vegetative management, even outside of the right of way where there are known hazards to the infrastructure. And so I'd be willing to work with you on that. And I think the agency as a whole would be willing to work with you on that.
Commissioner, I think myself and a lot of other people in this room agree with you. And the mirror bills that were talked about earlier did have that in there. And so, the forestry division was involved in early conversations around what needed to be in the bill. And in particular, it's that combination of having a vegetation management plan that the utility would have. And then on the other side of it, if the crew that is doing the tree thinning work is refused entry by a landowner or is threatened in any way, that needs to get documented. And in that documentation, that liability is then shifting to the homeowner or property owner that won't allow access. And that mirror bill pair was set up to put that in place. Now, that bill did have a lot of other things in it. So maybe one strategy would just be to focus on that vegetation management and the responsibility of a private landowner to participate in that.
I'm afraid that some plaintiff's lawyer is not going to see the shift. I think it would have to be statutory and really make sure that the courts don't weigh the negligence of the utility versus the landowner and all the stuff that they go through. I think it has to be statutory, and the statute needs to be clear that if they do that, that landowner has just bet the farm that tree is not going to start a fire. And these were issues that we didn't have to think of 30 years ago, but California did what it did, and now we're all having to think about these things. So I think we have to do some things to protect the financial stability of all our utilities, because one fire could wipe any of our utilities out. I mean, PG&E is many times the size of any of our utilities, and it went bankrupt over one fire. So we have to do something. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate your noting that you'll be here because I think for the end, because I do think that you're right. We don't have so many resources to be duplicating efforts. And our responsibilities here with respect to the utilities, although obviously we care about, the safety of the public as well. And so, yeah, if there are efficiencies and, ways to avoid duplication, we can talk about that during our session toward the end of this workshop today. Well, thank you again. So we're going to have a break until 12:20, and so we'll gather here again at 12:20 to hear some presentations from several utilities and the city of Santa Fe. Thank you. Okay. Commissioner, you ready? Right. I guess I'll use this thing. All right, well, welcome back. I'm sure we'll get some more people coming in. I know the lunch break was not super long, but I appreciate you all coming back, and we'll continue on with this workshop. We have PNM who will be presenting first, and then SPS, El Paso Electric, and then Kit Carson, and then the city of Santa Fe. And then we keep going after that, after a break. So go ahead, I'll turn it over to you. Please introduce yourselves, and then yeah.
Hello, thank you, commissioners. I'm Adam Alvarez. I'm the Director of Regulatory for PNM. We thank you guys for having these workshop series. They're very informative and valuable for the utilities and all the other stakeholders. With me today, I have Omni Warner, who's our Vice President of New Mexico Operations, Wesley Gray, who's our Executive Director of Field Operations, and Thad, who's an Associate Director of Wildfire Risk and Vegetation Management. In addition to our presentation, I wanted to point that back in January, we filed our wildfire mitigation cost related to vegetation management for last year. And then April 1st of this year, we filed our wildfire mitigation plan and our public safety power shutoff plan for those folks that are interested in viewing that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Omni.
Thank you for the opportunity to present and share some information. We only have about 15 minutes, so a lot of things will probably feel that we're doing a light touch, but you know, hopefully we'll have further opportunity to dive into deeper topics on each one of them. So as an overview, we wanted to go through what our total wildfire mitigation plan looks like, so the activities that we do. And you know, one of the first things we're going to touch on is how we established high fire risk areas that PNM serves in New Mexico. And then we'll touch on our enhanced vegetation management practices inside of high fire risk areas, a robust asset management program that we've been enhancing, our situational awareness and some of our operational tools that we use to assess weather conditions and events, and then some of our system hardening and new technology integration that we've been implementing into our plans. And then really, when we've done all those things, the last resort we do turn to as a form of mitigation is a public power safety shutoff. And we'll touch a little bit about that. All of those come together, and you've touched briefly, I've heard it mentioned earlier, we have a very intense community collaboration that we've started, and we anticipate we'll keep going on. And then we'll also wrap up with providing some of the program costs, what we see going forward for the next 5 years, and then some of the challenges and needs that we have as a utility. So I'll turn the next one over to Wes, or to Thad.
Thank you.
Oh, hit your mute button.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about how we started the program. And one of the first things we did was to establish what we call high fire risk areas, or HFAs. And so we'll talk about HFAs quite a lot. What we originally did, we used a U.S. Forest Service wildfire hazard potential and wildland interface, urban interface, along with satellite imagery to give us an understanding of the areas in our service territory that would have the most potential for causing a devastating wildfire. And so those are now what we call HFAs. And so we're focusing our efforts in wildfire mitigation in those areas. One of those things we're doing is we're increasing our vegetation management in those areas. We're using satellite imagery to identify hazard trees outside of our right-of-way so that we can go and mitigate any issues that might otherwise cause a problem from outside the right-of-way, inside the right-of-way. We're increasing our spending on clearing and moving into cycle trimming in our HFAs. We also have collaboration with the Gila Forest. We have 100 miles of distribution line in the Gila Forest that we're actually increasing our right of way from 20 feet to 40 feet. There's an illustration on the slide of some of that clearing. This is enabling us to have a safer forest on the Gila. The Gila happens to be one of our highest fire risk areas based on our satellite imagery and assessment. Of course, in addition with vegetation management, we're doing more asset management. We are using remote sensing, LiDAR, and we also used high-res optics when we flew for LiDAR that give us pictures of every structure in our HFAs. And we had those photos virtually inspected for any defects. Those defects were then remedied. In addition to that, we had every pole in our HFAs tested, looked at and tested from the ground up. So we've been looking at our facilities from the sky down and the ground up just to make sure that we don't have any defects or failures. In addition to that, we are also using infrared inspections on our critical substations. Wes?
Talking about our situational awareness and operation, right now we're purchasing real-time weather monitoring through a couple of different services, and we look at that data. We run extensive modeling. We look at fire risk. We do a lot of that out of that data, but we're in the process of installing this year some P&M owned weather stations in strategic locations, areas that we see have that criticality within our system that we want to have real-time data on for those specific locations. We're also doing a pilot right now to install some fire detection cameras with a partner in a watershed in Santa Fe, but we're looking at expanding that program and becoming part of the system in the West so that we're sharing that data with multiple agencies so that we get a better identification if something does happen, if something does start, we know where it is. You probably hear these multiple times today, but during red flag warnings, we're disabling our reclosing and reducing that risk during those red flag times. We have implemented some fast trip technologies in those HFAs. So if something comes in contact with the power line, they're going to trip faster than ordinary in the rest of the system. And then during those times where the fire weather is extreme, we're seeing high temperatures, high winds, low relative humidities, then we would consider public safety power shutoff. Through those, we are verifying the weather, that the actual weather conditions are matching forecast, and then we're using that in our decision space before we'll do a public safety power shutoff or consider it. Next slide. Well, we've done a lot on the engineering side for system hardening, and so we have in our HFAs, when we have to replace wood poles, we're replacing wood transmission with steel. We have developed higher structural standards for distribution poles in those HFAs as well. So heavier wood poles, bigger cross arms to provide more space, more clearance to try to protect them. We are also wrapping the base of the poles with a fire retardant material. That's the image you see. So if there is a low burning fire, that those structures are not at risk of being impacted by that low burning fire. We're reducing oil-filled equipment out there in the field. We're removing some open wire secondary out there and putting covered wire in so that exposure is mitigated. We're in the process of replacing our normal expulsion fuses with non-expulsion fuses. Again, anything we can do to try to limit a risk of starting a wildfire is out there. With the whole thing, the whole thought of public safety power shutoff, we are increasing the number of sectionalizing devices. The whole thought process is to try to keep those areas as small as possible. So more sectionalizing in the system, installing sensors for early fault detection on the system itself. And then, of course, looking at selective undergrounding of distribution lines in those HFAs. The challenge being is some of those areas in our service area are mountainous and there's a lot of rock, so that is very, very expensive. So we're looking at other engineering solutions, whether it's covered conductor on the overhead versus undergrounding, but we're trying to balance out the benefit and the risk reduction versus that cost. You know, our future state is to look at microgrids to try to improve the resiliency and try to keep areas on as much as we can. That's the challenge. If an area is served by a station that's within an HFA and it's going to be part of a PSPS, but those customers live outside that HFA, they get impacted by that outage as well because of just a single feed going into their area. So if we can put in something like a microgrid, that would allow them to stay on, reducing that impact on our consumers. Next slide. We've done an extensive amount of community collaboration, and I can't touch on all of it, through the PSPS process and through public meetings, various outreach forums. You can see the numbers that there has been a tremendous amount of outreach to our customers, and we've had over 20 in-person presentations to local governments, emergency managers, and community groups to talk through what the wildfire program is, what public safety power shutoff is, what it means, and then talking to first responders and emergency managers about what those impacts are on the community to try to educate ourselves. We saw in some previous slides today about the impacts of no water, no communications, and the other viewpoint is with that, you have no fire support. You can't pump water, you can't go out and put out a fire if something started, because there's multiple causes. Power lines are just one, but we're taking that into account. It's not that we can do it. If the risk is high enough, we feel it's better for the community to provide that highest level of safety to turn the lines off. But that being said, we consider those ancillary impacts to those communities. Next slide, please. So if the conditions are extreme enough to ensure the safety of the community, we will conduct a public safety power shutoff. We just conducted our first here back in April. We had a couple of days in March as well where we were very close to conducting a public safety power shutoff. Conditions, luckily, the winds were not as high as forecast, so the risk wasn't there, and we chose not to do it. But our April event impacted some areas in and around our Las Vegas, New Mexico service area. They were out for the better part of the day and impacted their water pumping and primary water sources for the city. We worked with the city so they knew upfront what we were doing, and they were prepared, reservoirs full as they could be. But really, it's just you're analyzing what you're seeing in weather data and the modeling, and when those conditions are extreme, there's nothing you can do. We look at trying to sectionalize those HFAs to minimize it as much as we can. And so part of my team is looking at those isolation plans and can we shorten it? Can we move an open point? Can we install a new switch to mitigate that impact? And we've done some of that already this year by adjusting those HFAs a little bit and installing, as we talked earlier, a whole bunch more sectionalizing to keep that impact as small as possible. The big thing that we've heard from our stakeholders and our customers is accurate, timely, meaningful information for them so that they can make choices based on their needs. If they have adaptive needs and they need that power for life and health type functions, they can make choices about, hey, do I need to go somewhere else? Do I need to go stay with a friend? It's the same with the community leaders and emergency managers. They need that heads up and the timing of that so that they can get their planning together, because if they need a shelter for warming, for cooling, for people to charge phones, they need to have that time to get those set up as well. So there's been a lot of outreach to try to provide that information as early as possible and provide as much information as we can to those groups so that they can do their planning as well. For us, we utilize every resource. We treat a public safety power shutoff event as an all hands on deck kind of situation where we're using all of our crews. We've rotated crews around the state from some of our other service areas. We rotated some from southern New Mexico to Las Vegas for the events we had there. We use all of the local line contractors that are working within the state. So we mobilize them as well to supplement our internal workforce. And then we've done some outreach with our mutual aid partners to make sure that resources are available so that that inspection that comes post public safety power shutoff goes as quickly as possible. We try to get those customers re-energized. And again, our big focus is safety for our community, safety for the public, and try to do it and provide as good a service as we can. Next slide, please. So for us, we're always in an awareness mode. When we see something coming in our 7-day forecasts and our risk modeling, we will activate our internal emergency operations center. We'll evaluate those risks. We're meeting twice daily to see if anything has changed. We model 4 times a day generally to make sure that, you know, conditions, either they're improving, they're not improving. As we get closer into that 2 to 3 day window and the risk is still there, we'll look at mobilizing. So we'll have resources in place prior to, so that we're ready to go at time of public safety power shutoff. Given that conditions are matching forecasts, we'll de-energize, and then we start that restoration process once it's safe for our field crews to get back out there and start assessment. And when it's all done, once we're restored, then we have a feedback loop where we're polling our community partners and talking amongst ourselves, and we debrief after every one of them to see how we can improve.
So the next slide we wanted to cover is just the cost trend that we see in our next 5 years, both capital and O&M. In 2024, we spent a little over $9 million in wildfire mitigation on capital investments, and it was just under $1 million in O&M. By 2029, we see those costs increasing to just under 18 million in capital investments and about 3.7 million in O&M. So rising costs, but mitigating risk, like all with a focus. And there's been a lot of internally working through the prioritization. So we use the high fire risk areas to help us prioritize where we should be investing first to get the most benefit and reduction of risk, both for the communities and for our state. Next slide. Some of the challenges, and we talked briefly, or you've heard this earlier in kind of a common theme, but wildfire used to be thought of as seasonal risk. And we would think of it as March to maybe September, November timeframe. But we're not thinking of it as a seasonal time. Like there's heightened periods of time that it's much more elevated, but the conditions could occur at any time of the year. And we've watched that happen across the nation. We've watched it even inside of our own state. So when drought conditions persist, there's lack of precipitation, high temperatures, high winds, those all kind of start feeding into a risk recipe for high fire risk periods of time. So when we've been meeting with the community members and with others, we've been trying to stress that, and then it's a preparedness message of all year on. And then, I think the other second bullet to hit on is there's rising costs, both for the utility, for customers, for the state. Everybody's looking at it slightly different perspectives. So that's probably a good point, that we can come together and optimize mitigations together. And then make sure that we're not duplicating efforts, or that we're actually addressing the mitigations in the right place at the right time. We mentioned it earlier, we've talked briefly, is about hazard tree removals. And I think it's important that the collaboration with local agencies, with landowners, state agencies, and the utilities, we need to be at the table together, finding solutions. Wildfire risk, again, is not just a utility risk. It's really a risk that our whole state is finding ways to mitigate through and reduce. And then the last slide we have there, we've published a lot of information for our customers. We've been trying to direct them there. If they have questions, it's a great resource just to get feedback on what they can do in preparedness for a PSPS or even for wildfire safety. And we touched briefly, or we kind of outlined the timelines. Those would be our goals when we can actually communicate ahead of a weather event, when we would trigger notifications to customers and getting the messaging out. We know, anybody that's watched the weather, sometimes things change very drastically. And so when conditions move, forecasts move quickly, then we must move quickly. So again, those would be our targets and our goals for outreach and communication. But if things escalate, then we'll escalate our processes just the same. So with that, we'll stand for any questions or feedback or ideas, discussion. So.
Appreciate the presentation. I guess the first question that I would ask is we've had some public safety power shutoff notifications, and then there was the event in Las Vegas, and you also mentioned that you've been hearing from your customers about wanting accurate information in a timely manner. And I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on lessons learned, I guess, like, and with respect to like the timing that you hear people are saying that they need. And also curious, like, how you balance letting people know, but also not wanting to create like a boy who cried wolf situation, right? Because if the more it happens and then you don't actually have you don't actually shut off the system, people might start to not take it as seriously. How do you think about that and the timing notice that people need?
Yeah, we've been trying to shift some of our communication closer to like the national weather forecasting, where that's gonna have to help me with exact words.
Well,
a
PSPS watch.
Yeah.
Hey, we see weather coming. Be prepared that we see this in the next few days. A watch, an advisory, and then a day or two before a warning. So treating it very similar to those weather alerts you get, but that has really dived in. We're really paying a lot of attention to that because that's it. We don't want to desensitize the customers to what may be going on related to public safety power shutoff. We need them to take it seriously. So we're trying to model ourselves similar to what the National Weather Service does, just so that we're not burning them out. We're not getting them information overload.
So that's one point. And I think another, you asked about some of the key feedback. Residential customers, we do individual outreach, we send communication to them, we've had town halls, and there's a sentiment there. When we work with commercial or manufacturing type facilities, there's a slightly different sentiment. And then with critical care facilities, right? And so we're trying to think of them a little bit in that way as well. So we have customers that have special outreach designees within PNM that we reach out to. We try to reach out to them very early in the process because they may have processes they need to shut down or prepare for if the power is coming off. So that notification allows them to plan. And then if we back out, then, maybe there's no impact to the process, but at least they have early planning notification.
And are those customers that you identify need earlier information, or can a customer somehow tell you, hey, I'm one of these customers who wants to know earlier?
We've done it both ways. So, we have a list of customers. We've done an active outreach. But then when we've gone to communities, we've been asking for other feedback so that we don't miss things and that we gain other perspectives as well. So,
Commissioner Nyberg, do you have anything?
I do have a couple.
Want to turn your mic on?
Looking at your slide number 4, the 40-foot right of way, that may help, but again, it gets back to the questions I had earlier. 40 feet is not going to prevent a normal sized ponderosa pine from falling into your line. And I hope the Forest Service is working with you to deal with many hazard trees outside that 40 foot, even though you have a 40-foot right of way, or trying to get a 40-foot right of way. Again, the right of way certainly gives you an ability to do things, but there's still risks beyond that I think we ought to also be concerned with. So I applaud your efforts to expand it, but it gets you maybe halfway of where you need to be in terms of dealing with trees that are 130 foot tall.
Can I answer that, Council? Yeah. Thank you. You're right. You're absolutely right. And that is part of the plan also. The right of way itself is just the area around the lines, but we're also inspecting all trees that we call danger trees, which are trees that have potential to fall in, or they're tall enough to fall into the lines. And we're determining whether they actually are hazard trees or not. A hazard tree is something that we would consider has a defect. So we're actually having that new right of way and beyond, any trees that we consider danger trees that could fall in, they're all being inspected, level 2 inspection, so that they're being looked at beyond just a glance. They're actually we're having an expert come out and do an assessment on all the trees around there, so that we don't cause more problems. Because as you well know, when we expand the right of way, we just changed essentially the windrow. And so you can set yourself up for disaster if you don't make sure that the trees that you have left are not healthy. And so that is part of the plan.
Okay.
Commissioner, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, and I think you're right on par. This was a really good collaboration between the utilities and the Gila National Forest. It took us 5 years to work through that. We've been engaged in conversations with CBLA and Santa Fe National Forest, and we've been years into those negotiations, and they're still not finalized. So this is where bringing people to the table for the same common goal and objectives might be able to speed up some of those processes. And that's just the National Forest, right? We can span that to other private landowners, state lands, things like that. So I think you're right on track with your thinking and your ideas.
And then looking at slide 11, your investments, is that being driven by insurance requirements, or is it being driven by us? Is it being driven by your assessment of risk? What's driving your desire to incur those costs? And particularly, I'm interested in the insurance aspects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, insurance is a whole nother topic and discussion, and I won't get into that one. We can bring our insurance people and talk about rising insurance costs. Our mitigations, when we look at our capital plan, we use the high fire risk areas that identify higher risk. And then we've looked at our equipment asset, our outage records, our inspections from our pole inspections and the LiDAR, just the aging infrastructure. And then we've advanced our distribution standards, or a lot of our design standards. So as facilities need to be aged out and they need to be rebuilt, we're rebuilding them into new standards that have a wider cross arm, taller poles, pole wraps, lightning mitigation, bird guarding. You know, there's a new standard being deployed as we rebuild. And so that's what's driving the capital investments, is that level of like infrastructure hardening is the way I would think of it. There's other things like our modeling tools that are layered in there as well. Weather stations we mentioned, you know, things like that are also layered into the capital investment.
Is P&M seeing any significant increase in insurance for your lines that are in these forested areas in particular?
We have very active conversations with our insurance carriers about, and there is rising costs on the insurance side as well for any of our facilities that are in HFA areas. Yes.
Well, that's something that I think we all need to be looking at and concerned with, because it's going to be the insurance costs first. They're trying to reduce their risk and their liability. Same risk and liability that you all have as well. Making those investments may help reduce those risks, but again, I think there's some things that are outside that scope that we still need to wrestle with. But I thank you for your presentation and appreciate that. As you know, we'll be in Ruidoso talking about these same issues.
Yeah, and I do want to take a little bit of time to see if there are any questions from the audience. If you're here in person, just raise your hand. If you're online, raise your hand as well. And I do see one hand. And Patrick, I'm going to rely on you, please, to manage the questions online. I don't see anybody in person, so we'll go to online.
Hey everyone, it's Miguel Perez. I'm an economic advisor with the commission. I just had a question, and thank you for your presentation. Sorry for any background noise. Basically, I wanted to ask, so how are the PSPSs reflected in reliability metrics? Was kind of one question that I had. And additionally, we talked about how, risk gets indexed and then we invest in those high risk areas. So I wanted to ask as well, do we quantify those benefits in addressing those high risk areas? I know, for example, FEMA does like an avoided cost study of, here's a section that was high risk and here's the avoided costs by addressing those issues that were there. So those are my questions. Thank you.
So to address your question regarding our reliability metrics, we're tracking all of the days where we have a non-reclose protocol set up. So we track those as a separate bucket. And the same with public safety power shutoff days. So when we present reliability data back to the commission, we're going to present, in all causes, it's all going to be added up. So you'll see the total impact. But then we can talk about the non-reclose day impact and the public safety power shutoff impact as separate buckets, just so that we have some granularity in the impact of those days and what they mean to customer reliability.
And then I think the second question was around risk reduction and quantification of risk reduction. I'm probably really summarizing that, but.
Yeah, thank you.
What we've seen as we've studied and worked with multiple different consultants or across the industry is there's different ways of measuring risk reduction. And I don't know that there's been a uniform platform of risk reduction. So, if you underground, that's providing a certain level of risk reduction. Open wire or covered wire has a different level of risk reduction. Those are measured and quantified differently across different platforms. We've got kind of our own method that we've been developing. I think that's one place that the industry could come together and having a common measurement of risk reduction. And I don't believe that exists right now. So.
We'll take one question from in person and then we'll move on to SPS.
Good afternoon, Henry Paul, City of Santa Fe, and I'll speak to some of this when I present a little later this afternoon, but I was hoping you could speak a little bit about the variables that go into the calculation of making a PSPS decision, and I guess understanding specifically what those variables are and if they include some more kind of normative or non-weather related, drought related, other kind of factors like that, such as food security or economic impact.
Sure. Absolutely. So what we have come up with, we've had a fire scientist develop something we call a composite risk index. Okay, so it's over a decade of historic climatology throughout our service territory. And what we're basing it on is fire weather that we would suppose to see approximately every 3 years. So that's where our threshold is. And so we know if we have 100% what we call our CRI, that we know that at that point we wouldn't expect to see a storm that had that with low precipitation, high winds, generally high temperature, and dry ground fuels, all those things. Only once every 3 years. So we know it's a very significant event. And that's when it's considered. We don't have an automatic recipe. It's not, there are other things that are looked at, certainly. But those are the things that set up our threshold. And like we talked about earlier, when are we going to start notifying people and to the commissioner's comment, which really, he's so right. You get to that Chicken Little, this is New Mexico. Every week we have a very large wind event in the springtime. And so a lot of our composite risk index rises throughout the state. And so we do want to make sure that our first responders are made aware, that our city leaders are made aware. We just don't want to start broadcasting it to every customer saying, this is going to happen, because in a lot of cases, those CRIs drop and we don't do anything. And so we don't want to get that false sense of, they're not going to do anything here, and all of a sudden the power goes up. So I think that Amna can probably talk to some of the decision making that you talked about. Certainly, like I said, it's not a recipe. It's not 1, 2, 3, shut the power off. There's a lot of different variables that go on.
Yeah, so Thad spoke a lot about our weather modeling and kind of the input that goes there. When we move into that and we activate our own EOC, then myself, my boss, the senior vice president of our operations, and an entire team is in the decision-making process. So we're taking a lot of inputs as to, what's the condition of the system? What's the weather forecast? Is it actually trending? And then what's the impact to the community? So we start a lot of engagement with external stakeholders days in advance. And so there is some feedback that's coming there. But at the end of the day, remember, if we're making the decision to turn the power off, it is only because we're trying to prevent a catastrophic wildfire from even occurring. And if a catastrophic wildfire occurs, there's going to be much more devastation we're talking about at that point. And so having a few hours or a day of a power outage, while inconvenience, we have power outages in our state today from weather-related events and other things. This is another form of a power outage in order to prevent a wildfire from occurring. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question, and I think that's really the sticking point, and also what we're hoping to talk about further here is how is that decision made? When is it going to be made? Under what factors and conditions, and what should the utility be thinking about beyond just the weather conditions, maybe its impact to customers. But I think it's a really good question, and something that we'll spend more time talking about. At least that's my vision, is as we kind of get into further details on this. Because as we think about what the commission can do here, it's with respect to our rules and requirements for utilities. And so that, I think that can look different ways. There might be some thresholds, maybe there's not an exact formula, but there's something that helps. But I also think that there has to be some discretion and common sense, and just some of that built into it. And so we can talk about that further. Okay, great. Let's move on then. Thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to SPS. Just one of you?
We have our experts online.
Yeah, I know.
I'm physical presence today. So I'm Kyle Ingham. I'm a regulatory specialist with SPS. I appreciate you guys having us over today and going through this workshop. We take this very, very seriously. And to that effect, we have some of the best experts in our company available to us today. Brooke Trammell, who you guys know well from many presentations over here, is our Regional Vice President of Regulatory and Pricing. She'll be going over some of the background on some of our recent filings and our general philosophies when it comes to wildfire-related issues. And then new to you guys is going to be Paul McGregor. He is the Xcel Energy Vice President of Wildfire Risk Management, and he's going to be going through our mitigation strategies today. So at this time, I'm going to turn it on over to Brooke.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Can everyone in the room hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, commissioners. Again, Brooke Trammell, Regional Vice President, Regulatory and Pricing for SPS. I really also just want to parrot Kyle's comments in welcoming Paul to this presentation with you all today. Paul is our Vice President of Wildfire Risk Management across the Xcel Energy organization. And so really appreciate him joining us today, bringing perspectives from all of our operating companies within the Xcel Energy family. And he's been very directly engaged with SPS in recent events and in some of our wildfire risk planning, as well as related filings. If you want to jump ahead to the next slide, I'm going to cover this slide very, very quickly and then turn it over to Paul to talk about the methodologies and philosophies that Kyle introduced, really get into our concept of layers of defense when it comes to wildfire mitigation strategies, and talk about some of the specific strategies that we're deploying across those different layers. And then, of course, in response, Commissioner Aguilera, to the perceived interest we figured the commission would have on PSPS, as well as some of the comments that you've asked yet today in the wildfire workshop, we do have some prepared slides on PSPS activity, as we have had some events in SPS's service territory, as the commission knows. So I highlight some activities here on this slide in the spirit of situational awareness. Not all of these are related directly to NMPRC filings, but with respect to our company operations and the system approach that we're taking to wildfire mitigation and resiliency planning, these activities and these philosophies span both of our retail service territories, both of our regulatory jurisdictions. So similar to things you heard from PNM, we do have our wildfire mitigation plan on file with the commission. The case number is listed there that we filed it under. We also have included our PSPS plan as a component of our New Mexico curtailment plan. That curtailment plan has been recently updated for other items, but also the inclusion of PSPS. And I want to highlight a couple of things that we've done in Texas that haven't resulted in necessarily regulatory filings with the NMPRC, but still do, they're very, very relevant to our operations in New Mexico, because these can be system approaches. And the first one is, of course, the emergency operations plan. So in Texas, each utility is required to file an emergency operations plan each year. Obviously, operations plans and mitigation plans can be kind of different, but this operations plan outlines a lot of strategies and tactics when SPS faces conditions or whether it's extreme weather or operational conditions on the system. There is a wildfire annex specifically included in the emergency operations plan, and we continue to operate under those EOPs and annexes, if you will, whenever there's an incident response on the system. So while not a requirement of New Mexico, we do operate under that annex with respect to wildfire emergency operations in both of our states. Wanted to note the Texas System Resiliency Plan that was following the passage of new legislation in Texas. Utilities are encouraged to file resiliency plans. We filed our first system resiliency plan at the end of last year and have reached a settlement in that proceeding that's pending before the commission. There's more information in the appendix on what that resiliency plan includes, but this also is a venue for SPS in preparing and filing wildfire mitigation activities for the Texas jurisdiction and the Texas Commission. And lastly, I just want to touch on the GRIP programs. We were awarded some funding from the GRIP program. We have about $22 million of federal funds allocated to SPS. There is a company match, as you likely know, associated with some of these funds. And a lot of our grant funding and company match dollars will be geared towards advanced or modernized technology on our system, as well as grid resiliency. So significant dollars allocated towards software developments for our system, as well as some real technical operational tools like non-expulsion fuses and other items we can add to the system. So just a little flavor of kind of the things that we have and operate under and regulatory proceedings associated with those items. But I want to turn it over to Paul. Paul, if you can give a quick introduction of yourself and then hop right into the mitigation strategies and our philosophy around this. Our slides follow a similar path that PNM's did, and hopefully we can expand on the color of our service territory and the mitigations philosophies at Xcel Energy. Paul?
Thank you, Brooke. And just doing a quick sound check with the commission.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity. I'll start just by giving myself a very brief introduction. I am new to Xcel Energy. I joined the company in September of 2024 as the Vice President of Wildfire Risk, and that is across all of our 8 states. I come to Xcel from Pacific Gas and Electric, where I spent 4 years in the role of Wildfire Risk Management. I was the director there. And prior to that, at Southern California Edison, standing up their enterprise risk program with wildfire. So I've been involved in wildfire since 2017 in California. So some of the events that staff members talked about earlier on, I got to live them. So I do understand the catastrophic consequences of wildfires on both our communities and what it can do to the investor-owned utilities. So this first slide really frames what we're looking at. I don't think I really need to emphasize too much other than we are seeing drier conditions, greater fuel availability, and increased fire weather conditions, leading to this year-round threat now of potential catastrophic wildfires in our service territory. XL is committed to reducing the ignitions associated with our facilities with an overall goal of eliminating catastrophic wildfires. What it really starts with, as you can see on the right-hand side, is where is that risk prevalent in the service territory or in our service territory. And what we have done is we have built our risk tier maps. We break them into tier 3, which is high, tier 2, which is moderate, and tier 1, which is low. And as you will see over on the southeastern side of New Mexico, that really covers the areas of Tucumcari, Clovis, Portales, and down to Hobbs, where we have seen increased fire activity. So I'll keep that map in your minds as we go through the next couple of slides. And if I could invite the slide to flip to the next one. As Brooke introduced, we really have a multiple layer strategy, building defense in a number of different ways. What we start with is understanding our situation. So situational awareness tools, building that resource, building that capability within our organization. And for that, we're really looking at building out our meteorological functions and our wildfire and fire science capabilities. Ultimately, we want to look to permanent physical mitigation or system resiliency type activities, which may include targeted undergrounding, system hardening, as well as routine vegetation management. But as we work through the system, and that takes a lot of time to get that work done, we deploy a number of operational mitigations, where we effectively call these our wildfire safety operations, including our EPSS, enhanced power line safety settings, and when necessary, as a last resort, PSPS, public safety power shutoff. And I will talk a little bit about that, but not ignoring that we need to support our customers along the way with these enhanced communications and understanding who could be impacted by such mitigation programs. If I jump to that next slide, this gives you an example of our overall wildfire mitigation plan. It starts with situational awareness. It starts with understanding where we could experience wildfire risk, and also temporally when that may occur. And that's related predominantly to weather and the condition of fuels. So again, we've built our risk tier maps that were on that first page. We've also implemented a number of advanced fire weather and fire modeling software. That top right photograph is an example of a fire simulation. And then we're supplementing that with the deployment of weather stations. Unfortunately, there is scarcity of weather stations, particularly in the eastern New Mexico area. So we're looking at a plan to deploy our own proprietary weather stations to build that understanding of conditions. And lastly, in this same situational awareness category, we're looking at AI cameras, which will help us with early detection, as well as understanding what the fuels look like on a day-to-day basis. Moving into system resiliency, again, as our partners at PNM discussed, asset inspections, vegetation inspections, repair, and when necessary, replacement of those assets. System hardening, which may include undergrounding or covered conductor or other methods, as well as deploying additional system protection and sectionalization equipment. What that allows us to do is to tune the settings on our system and effectively have a more sensitive curve to disturbances on the system, as well as the ability to sectionalize and protect the reliability of our customers in the event of a PSPS. Along that way, we talk about vegetation management with expanded clearances and defensible space around poles, including the removal of hazard trees. The operational mitigations are enhanced power line safety settings and public safety power shutoff. And I've actually got a slide on that next page that I'll walk you through what this looks like from an operational perspective. So what we have here is effectively an XY axis. On the X-axis, we have the ignition potential, and I really want you to think about the receptivity of fuels to ignition along the bottom. On the Y-axis, we're looking at outage potential, and we really consider that as what's the wind doing. So on a normal day, which would be that bottom left, we're looking at low outages and low ignitions. But as we see these fuels ripen, we need to have a way to operate our system to protect us and our communities against wildfire ignitions. What we do is we move the system into wildfire safety operations and ultimately enhance power line safety settings. You may ask what the difference is between the two. Well, EPSS is effectively a subset of WSO. And EPSS is when we install a full suite of breakers, reclosers, and sectionalization equipment in a coordinated manner to protect the reliability as well as the safety of customers along that. That takes time to deploy, and we've got about 460 circuits across both Texas and New Mexico in our SPS organization. On the top part of this grid, this is what happens when the wind blows. On a normal day, we see more outages from wind-related strikes and equipment failures. However, when these fire conditions are extreme and critical, we need to have a tool to protect from ignitions, and that's when we would implement PSPS as a proactive measure. I think we'll be coming back to this in question and answer, so I'll invite any questions on that. Jumping to the next slide, we talk a little bit about our criteria. And this is effectively what we consider before implementing, before standing up and before implementing a PSPS de-energization. We're looking at weather characteristics, namely wind speed, whether it be sustained and gust, as well as relative humidity levels. Again, a lot of this comes from public sources, but we need to supplement that with subscription services and our proprietary weather stations. The fuels, we need to understand the live and dead fuel moisture content, whether that would support combustion and be receptive to an ignition. Fire danger looks at those conditions as well with regard to fire behavior index and susceptibility to initial attack, which again is a subscription service that we get from our advanced fire modeling. Finally, we would consider the potential wildfire consequences in its potential impacts to acres burned, structures impacted, and ultimately populations. Moving to the next slide, we have our event timeline. And this event timeline kind of illustrates when we see things happening from a stand-up perspective and then who's kind of doing what. 10 to 5 days out, we're looking at that as the watch period, when we may have an indication of extreme or critical fire weather moving into our service territory. Obviously, that gets sharper the closer we get. So at approximately 4 days out, we would make the decision to stand up our Incident Command System, our ICS, or Emergency Operations Center, if you're familiar with that terminology. At that stage, we start looking at where we expect this fire weather to hit, considering what assets would be in scope, and commence that scoping activity to understand where we may need to de-energize. Day 0 would be the event itself. And just to give you an example, SPS has performed 3 PSPS de-energization events that impacted New Mexico in 2025. On March 3rd, very small scale, particularly related to the Tucumcari area, and then a wider scale event with that very nasty firestorm that came in on March 14th, where across both Texas and New Mexico, we had about 17,000 customers de-energized. Lastly, on the back of that, we had a third event on March 18th. Again, it was about 1,000 customers across both New Mexico and Texas. As we go through the cycle, we move from the de-energization event into the re-energization event. And that's when we get the all clear that that weather system has moved through, allowing us to conduct patrols to inspect any damages that we may have on de-energized lines to prevent any ignition upon re-energization. That unfortunately takes some time depending on what weather system we've got it's still present. And also some of our circuits are so long, it takes that time to drive or walk each of those circuits to ensure that the system is safe to re-energize. Moving on to the next page, we consider the customer communications, and we want to give our customers as much time as possible and also give them that information in a number of ways. So up to 48 hours, we're looking at communicating to OEMs, local and state officials, commission, as well as identifying and communicating with what we would call critical customers. And these critical customers might be our large customers. They might also be critical infrastructure customers that are providing emergency services to the communities, water resources, gas resources, whatever that may be. So understanding that customer base is key. Also, we like to address qualified medical customers or medical baseline type customers in advance. These would be residential customers that have medical support type needs. As we move through the spectrum, we're notifying ahead of time through our outage map of a possible PSPS. And then as we get closer to the event with certainty, we would communicate outbound through our IVR, but also with our website, etc., giving the opportunity to communicate that information that the customer will be de-energized. When we move into re-energization, it's effectively like a traditional storm event or re-energization event where we're providing those regular updates until that customer is back online. And I've gone relatively quickly because I know we're behind and I'm sure there's going to be multiple questions, but just to give you an idea, on the next page is what we're looking at in our strategy as we prepare our next general rate case for New Mexico. To give you an idea of size, there's about 2,200 miles of overhead distribution primary lines in these Tier 2 elevated and Tier 3 extreme areas in the SPS service territory. That's of about 4,800 miles, so it's about 47%. And in number of poles, it's approximately 50,000 poles. As we discussed earlier on, there are fewer available public information weather stations available. So we're looking at deploying weather stations along these distribution lines to give us that locational specificity to weather and environmental information. The good news is that as we look at cameras, because of the topography of our particular service territory in the eastern New Mexico, we get good visibility and longer distances. So we don't need as much of a density with these cameras as we've seen in some of our other service territories, such as Colorado. To give you a reference for the size of the investment, for our Texas SRP, we invested approximately $500 million, or we requested approximately $500 million of investment. That's across some 7,000 miles of distribution overhead of about 11,000 miles within their Tier 2 and Tier 3 areas, so about 66%. And comparably, in Colorado, our public service of Colorado, PSCO, approximately 4,000 miles of distribution, which is about 40% of their service territory, and that investment is about $2 billion. That concludes my page. I think the last page is back over to you there, Brooke. Brooke, I have no sound from you. Is it located to me just, or are there others?
Sorry, there you go. Can you hear me now? Perfect. I wanted to touch on just a couple of things, commissioners, rounding out some of Paul's comments. If we think back to that tier map that we had at the beginning of the presentation, you don't have to flip back to it. It's also important to think about the types of assets that we have at different parts of our system. So a lot of our load and generation, as you know, is in Southeast New Mexico. That was a lower tier ranking, a higher number, but from a risk perspective, a little bit lower than some of the Eastern New Mexico area that kind of runs parallel to the state line. But we have a number of high voltage transmission facilities that traverse our service territory, and plans for additional transmission facilities that would be in Tier 3. And so, you know, it's as we evaluate the risk tiers, I think, Paul, it's safe to say that's an ongoing risk assessment as we continue to build infrastructure in our system, but also teeing on what Paul mentioned about the weather stations and the kind of coverage of a weather look in our service territory. Kind of want to underscore the need for that for us in our service territory. We don't see the same types of coverage from a weather, Federal Weather Service standpoint, and we can supplement some of that with our weather stations, especially in areas where, again, we have a lot of load, we have a lot of transmission distribution infrastructure, and also a lot of our generation. A lot of our New Mexico generation is located in Southeast New Mexico. While that's a different risk tier, especially considering its arteries, the transmission networks that interconnects that region to the rest of our system and the SPP pool in general, just kind of really underscores the importance of maintaining service reliability into Southeast New Mexico by preserving the asset health and risk profiles of all of that integrated equipment. So we'll leave you with a couple of things to consider in these workshops, and we appreciate the Commission for scheduling these. The topics are very robust and cover a lot of considerations that we think are very relevant to this conversation. Others have touched on this, but the partnerships is very, very important. We are working closely, and Paul touched on these as well, with our OEM partners, emergency response departments and agencies across the state. That partnership is really key to this kind of mitigation activity, as well as operational mitigations and planning, and ensuring open communication with various groups. We're looking forward to some of the other working groups that will be stood up in New Mexico, and also just continued partnership with the other utilities and sharing information and best practices. From a regulatory mechanism standpoint, I think this probably be something the commission's looking at through these workshops. It can take many shapes. We see different shapes across our Xcel Energy service territories. And I think that there will always be a consideration for cost impacts and risk mitigation and what the appropriate systems are. I would note in our experience, we tend to see this being very unique in terms of what the mitigation strategies and investments need to be. It can be unique to utility systems. So some flexibility, both in the planning and in the regulatory mechanisms, to consider differences in service territories, differences in vegetation, differences in fuel composition and risk, can take shape in terms of different mitigation plans and different regulatory pathways for individual utilities, even within the same state. And as we stand up these mitigation plans and are executing underneath them, flexible planning, both from the utility side as well as the commission side, I think is very helpful. We usually operate under the plans, but having that flexibility within the plan to adjust as needs arise or things are learned about our systems, or in reaction to feedback we receive again from customers as they evolve some of their mitigation strategies as well. So that's the gist of our prepared slides today, commissioners. Thank you again for letting us appear virtually in this workshop. As you know, we usually try to make it to town every time, but we're just unable to do that today. So thank you for accommodating Paul and I to join you virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'd like to say welcome to West Texas and Eastern New Mexico, Mr. McGregor. Based on your accent, you must be from McLean or Shamrock there on the east side of the Panhandle. I don't have any further questions, but I did detect a bit of an unusual accent there.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would say my accent's from Southern California, but it's been worked along the way. And originally from Scotland, and the question I do receive, which is a genuine one, is what does somebody from Scotland understand about wildfire? And what I do understand is that we get a lot of wind in Scotland. And as a result, we get a lot of outages in Scotland, and outages and wind being such a large component to what's driving this catastrophic fire behavior, as well as the need for mitigation such as PSPS. But thank you for the humor there.
Do we have any questions from anybody here in the room? It seems like we do not, and I'm not seeing any hands online, though I haven't given much chance for people to raise their hands online. I'll wait just a little bit.
While you wait, I will say that these workshops are great. If it continues to bring the light rain in Eastern New Mexico like it did this morning, we need more of these.
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation. Not seeing any questions. We'll move on to El Paso Electric.
Stick us with the bill, right? Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. By way of introductions, my name is Jesse Gonzalez. I'm the Regional Director of State Legislative Affairs. With me this afternoon, or with us this afternoon, is Omar Gallegos. To my right, who's Vice President of Energy Delivery. And to my far right is Armando Zavala, which is our transmission engineer, who's been critically involved with a lot of the company's wildfire-related initiatives. That being said, we also do appreciate the opportunity to provide EP's perspective on this critical topic. Omar will be our primary lead in discussing our wildfire mitigation plans and also provide a snapshot of our current risk profile in terms of wildfire risk. That being said, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Omar.
Good afternoon. This is a topic that's very important to us also. We definitely see the devastation that occurs when there are wildfires. And while we don't have one document titled, wildfire mitigation plan, we have several processes that we've outlined in the presentations that we'll go through that. We do address all of the same components that our peers have mentioned. If we can go to the next slide, please. We view this as multifaceted, a significant amount of focus on the proactive preventive mitigation efforts, and then also have our processes and procedures for event response, where we interact with the agencies and focus on restoration. We also have dedicated personnel that are wildfire event response, Armando being one of them, and he'll touch on some of those topics here in a subsequent slide. But we have direct communications to the field reps, the forestry service that was presented earlier, BLM, and all of those agencies. And then also we have a larger planned incident response management plan that incorporates the emergency operating procedures as well as crisis management and crisis communication plans. We have our lines of communication to regional governmental incident management plans if it's a wider spread event that is beyond just utility outages. You can go to the next slide, please. So when we look at the proactive, we do have a very aggressive vegetation management program. Everything from routine inspections, scheduled trimming. We also utilize LiDAR surveys at times. And then here recently, as of the past 12 to 18 months or so, we've been utilizing satellite imagery to help us assess risk vegetation encroachment into our right-of-ways. And so we believe that that's also proved very beneficial in addition to visual inspections. And inspections for transmission lines and distribution, again, a lot of routine scheduled inspections of our lines to assess structure integrity and if any repairs are needed on cross arms, things of that sort. We also utilize third-party osmos wood inspections for our wood structures, where they assess the integrity of the wood structures. If they find that there are minor issues that can be mitigated, they do that on the spot. They do fumigation of structures if there's any concern with insect damage to structures. And at times they do repairs and extensions to poles. And sometimes they identify those that just have to be replaced. So we do invest a lot in that activity as prevention. And then we have also done hardening and resiliency. We do have one line, and we'll also show some of the maps where we have one line that goes through the Gila, that transverses the Gila into Arizona. And that one, a significant portion of that line was old wood structures, H-frame. And because of the risk assessment, the age of the structures, as well as the fire risk in the Gila, we did convert that wood to steel. So all of our transmission line through the Gila is already steel. And we have also deployed the advanced protection schemes that our peers have discussed, and that are fast responding relays to shut off power as soon as it detects at the earliest detection of faults. And then we have also been investing at the distribution level with remote controllable switches for sectionalizing, that in the future, if we needed to sectionalize and be surgical about outages, we would have the capability to do that. Next slide, please. These are our investments we attribute to wildfire mitigation. Again, it's a combination of all our maintenance activities, vegetation management. These numbers here are for all the dollars spent geographically in the state of New Mexico. And you can see the vegetation management in terms of very consistent investment in that, our pole inspections. And then there is that capital structure, the final line there where it was that Gila forest wood to steel rebuild. We'll go to the next slide, please. And so if we do end up in an event and an outage event or wildfire event, as I mentioned, we have teams dedicated emergency operating procedures, work on reconfiguring the grid If there are line outages, transmission line outages, we have to redispatch generation to mitigate and ensure that we have sufficient power for serving load. And that's controlled through our system operations. They dispatch personnel for outage restorations, and they always look to ensure that we have a reliable N-1 capabilities. I'll allow Armando to touch a little bit on the wildfire event protocols.
Absolutely. Good. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, commissioners, and all. Appreciate you taking the time speaking with us. I'll be covering the wildfire event protocols. What I wanted to go ahead and start with essentially is going to be situational awareness that we have covered under continuous monitoring. This is essentially where we start with wildfire, any sort of wildfire mitigation efforts on our end. What we utilize is different applications found online. We also have weather partnerships with weather personnel that we're able to get different information on weather events. Wildfires also being a part of that as well too. Once we see that a fire is encroaching into our lines, either 10 miles or less, we'll go ahead and start sending notifications internally to start informing all individuals of a certain wildfire that's within a certain area. From there, once we identify that particular fire, we'll go ahead and start making contact with BLM, Forest Services, state land, even private landowners that we know that could potentially be within that area, just to get a little bit more information before we actually head out to that location. Once we've established that protocol, we'll go ahead and start getting a better idea of the actual footprint of the fire, and then make an actual trip to the fire location. That way we get a better understanding of what's actually going on. This kind of serves as the boots on the ground and the communication protocol that we have for our system operations. Once we see that that a fire is threatening into our lines, potentially damaging some of our assets, we'll go ahead. We have qualified personnel that will go ahead and contact system operation and essentially tell them that we need to go ahead and de-energize our lines. At that point, system operations will go ahead and take it on their end to go ahead and approve the request, and we will go ahead and stay on site until that wildfire event is essentially mitigated. Once the wildfire event is mitigated, we'll go ahead and go back out to go ahead and inspect the lines to make sure there isn't any sort of damage to the actual line before re-energization. High level, that's essentially what our operational protocol looks like as of right now.
We can go on to the next slide, please. And so again, this is just going into a little bit more detail of if we get into a larger incident and then we actually activate an incident management plan. We can activate that incident management plan if it's just an incident that's really within the utility and outages, but we still have communication out to public authorities if there's a widespread outage impacts. That incident management plan is also set up in a manner that it can be integrated to governmental incident management plans. If counties or the cities initiate their incident management plan, we have personnel that will sit on site at their location as they liaison between the entities and the utilities. The crisis communication plan, if we can go to the next slide, there's a little bit more detail, but there are multiple communication channels to both governmental entities. We can go to the next slide, please. And so again, we have that structured framework of communications, and and we look to have communication channels to all of our entities, not just the first responding entities, but as well as commissions and governmental legislative authorities. Next slide, please. So we do take wildfire risks seriously. I think that we are a little bit more fortunate, unlike our peers that have towns and cities that they service within high vegetation areas. We do not have many of those areas. We did have a third party do a risk assessment for us in support of our insurance efforts to also reaffirm what our assessments were and just to make sure that there wasn't a risk that we weren't aware of. And again, so in this map, you see that one line going to the upper left-hand corner. That is the line that goes through the Gila forest. That is the one line that they've identified as high, with the balance of our territory really being low to moderate. And I think some of those moderate areas are probably areas near the valley where there's a little bit more vegetation, but it's
typically within urban settings where it's typically not dry vegetation. It's either near the river and or they irrigate them. Again, this is our map. Hats off to the forestry that mentioned that they put out close to 500 fires a year. Because on record, I guess there's only about 128. So there's a lot of them that they suppress before they turn into large wildfires. We go on to the next slide. So we are exposed to wind gusts, severe wind gusts that are above 60 miles per hour. This is just an image of what the majority of our service territory looks like. And even in the Gila, the majority of our transmission line is not within tall standing pine trees that would exceed the height of our lines. The line that you see there on the lower right-hand corner is the one that was converted from wood to steel, and you can see the right-of-way that we keep cleared of the majority of the vegetation. We've been able to work great with the forestry, with the BLM to give us the right to go in and do the vegetation management. At times, we do have to still follow the protocols of environmental protection in terms of if there's birds, endangered birds, the owls in place. Sometimes they do pause our vegetation management activities, but they've always been able to allow us to go back in and complete those. We can go to the next slide, please. So this is just a summary of what the third party assessed. In addition to assessing the natural environmental risk, they also assessed our protocols. And so as a combination of our geographic area, the type of vegetation and the landscape, as well as with the practices that we've instituted, that's how they've developed the low to moderate rating for the majority of our territory, with that exception of that one line. We can go to the next slide, please. So just kind of how we utilize all of this information. Again, we also do utilize a tiered approach and layered approach of focusing our efforts in the areas of high risk. And so that 345 line, as I mentioned, with the upgrade of that to steel, more frequent inspections on our 345s twice a year. And then we have deployed the advanced protection schemes that are fast responding relays. And again, through that one line, we're also using the AI- satellite imagery. We're also using the satellite imagery along our distribution system so that we can assess some of our lines that are along the riverbed and behind backyards where there may be vegetation that gets into it. And then on the transmission and urban transmission, the 115/69 kV and distribution, also we do periodic inspections and always our vegetation management. Next slide, please. So public safety power shutoff, we have not been in a position to have to institute a public safety shutoff. I think it's just a combination of all the risk factors that we've balanced out in terms of our service territory. If it were to arise that we needed to implement that, we would utilize our crisis communication protocols. And as you commissioners have mentioned a couple of times, the awareness of the public to be aware of if there's a shutoff, what that duration would be, right? That's the most important thing, is that the public would be aware and tolerant of that shutoff and balance of risk. I think much with what both PNM and SPS have stated in terms of there's been a lot of advancements by many utilities in terms of deploying additional weather stations, sectionalizing equipment, that we can be a lot more surgical if we had to have to do those. So we find that at times there's very defined geographic areas or land structures that give us the highest wind gusts. If it's at the foothills of the mountain, opposite side of where the wind is coming from, that's where those winds really build up and come over those mountains and then hit the infrastructures on the other side. So I think if, we'll continue to deploy sectionalizing equipment, we may look at some of those type of items for some of those specific areas. And we are in the process of designing and implementing an ADMS to make use of those sectionalizing equipments where we can have a little bit more automated control and restoration efforts. On the next slide. And again, we also are working on our Texas Resiliency Plan. We're working in at the moment. We've hired consultant 1898 to support us with that filing. Typically, those come out with recommendations in terms of how to improve resiliency and hardening of the system. We will be filing that at the second half of 2025. Any information and lessons learned that and recommendations that come out of there, we'll look to identify if it can be carried over to New Mexico, if it's the same factors or not the same factors. And we'll continue to work on enhancing wildfire mitigations and look forward to the future workshops. I believe that is the last slide. Go to the next one. That is correct.
Well, thank you for that information. Just have one question for the 345 line. Do you have technology that would allow you to lower the capacity on that line to like a safe level, or do you need to de-energize it completely?
It would be full de-energization. So the potential for sparking a fire comes from the voltage itself, not so much how much power is flowing. Now, we do have the ability to reduce power flow, and that power flow, would lessen the impact if we were to lose the line. So instead of carrying 400 megawatts on that line, if we were to reduce it down to a 200 megawatt flow, because we know that there's a risk of fire encroaching, that's probably something that our operations would do to say, okay, we're going to turn on more generators locally so that we flow less power on that line.
Yeah.
In the event we lose that line, the system is still stable, but the line would still be energized at the 345, and the voltage is the greatest risk of sparking the fire.
Okay. Okay, understood. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so does anybody in the room have a question? Anybody online? Well, thank you again for the presentation, and yeah, do recognize that your footprint is different than that of PNM and SPS. I agree that you probably have less risk than the other two utilities, and so that's certainly something that needs to be considered. Well, thank you. We'll move on then to our next presentation, which is, I believe, Kit Carson. Yes, Kit Carson Electric Cooperative. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Reyes. I'm the CEO of Kit Carson Electric, and I have with me today Richard Martinez, our CEO and engineer of the co-op. Like most co-ops, you're looking at the total technical team here. So he will kind of fill the gaps of what I miss. I'd like to first start out by saying, there are 16 distribution co-ops and 2 G&Ts that have infrastructure in New Mexico. We serve 80% of the landmass, but we only serve 20% of the population. And generally, we serve the areas that are not growing. So when we talk about the challenges, that's where I kind of wanted to start with, is one is just every co-op that I've been associated with always wants to do the right thing. And we want to make sure that our lines are clear and we do maintenance. We struggle with just having enough customers and members to pay for them. And so as we move forward in how do we address these issues, it is a balance between what our members can afford to pay and the risks that a wildfire would bring to us. I think the second, as I listen to the other utilities, is insurances. That really is becoming an issue that we can just not overlook. We saw at Kit Carson, our insurances go up 50%. Our level is $2 million. So that's all we have if a fire covers is $2 million. After the $2 million is expended, and if I heard less correctly, that fire, just the infrastructure cost them $34 million, right? So if you were found at fault, the co-ops just couldn't afford that. They just couldn't. You'd basically have to hand your keys over to someone else to run it without really alleviating the risks, because we're still going to serve in forested areas, and that's not going to change. So I think the insurance issue has become a real issue. It's also starting to impact our members. Members can't get home insurance, or they're becoming very, very expensive. So the cost of living is starting to be hurt by this issue in rural New Mexico. And then finally, as it's mentioned, some of the ways to address this is legislation. We really need, as Commissioner Nybert, we really need to get a handle first on what do we do outside of the right of way. Kit Carson, through all our distribution right of ways, has 20 feet, 10 feet each side of the pole. I mean, that an apple tree is taller than that, much less a pine tree or one of these big cottonwoods. And so we have to, I guess one of the early asks is for the PRC to start supporting that type of legislation that safeguards the co-ops in this event, including limiting our liability. Because again, we at Kit Carson, we operate about 3,000 miles of line. About 1,000 goes to forest. So every day we have a chance of something hitting in the forest. And let me talk to you a little bit about Kit Carson and the surrounding co-ops. That, Mora's a neighbor, Hemmes Mountain's a neighbor, Springer Electric's a neighbor, Nora, all in the north. Most of us serve either in the Carson or in the Santa Fe. We've had good experience with the Carson, but we only have a 20-foot right of way, and you have a lot of these hazard trees and or danger trees. And the Carson has worked with us. We have contracts with them to allow that. But again, you go to a resource issue of you have a million trees. Which ones do you cut first? And where do you start first? Kit Carson has jurisdiction or has lines in the Forest Service, the BLM, Taos Pueblo, Picaris, state lands, state forest, I think state forest in U Park or state parks. So we have many jurisdictions in which the rules aren't all the same either. So in the Carson, they may be different than the BLM, that may be different than the state. And then in the mountain communities that we serve 6 municipalities. They all border the forest. So there's a direct connection with the forest, and let's say with the town of Taos, or with Taos Ski Valley, or with Red River or Eagle Nest. So fires just don't stop at the border; they just continue to go. So then you have whatever issues you have within a franchise to deal with. And as you've heard, and we've experienced it, landowners do not want us to cut their trees. And they will lock gates, and they'll make it very difficult. We have policies in place to call law enforcement, but in the co-op world, generally you're serving families and friends, and so it's always hard to call the law enforcement to get access. But we're at that point because again, Kit Carson and no co-op I know can withstand a multi-million-dollar lawsuit and be somewhat victorious in that. Just the defense of that would be expensive. So those are the major concerns or issues we think Kit Carson and co-ops in general have to be addressed, and we need support of the state of New Mexico, and we also need support of the PRC. Things that Kit Carson is doing to mitigate that. The first is basically just going back to basics and just doing maintenance. A lot of the when we talk about wildfire mitigation, it may be some trees, but it may be loose hardware or old cross arms, things that you need to change out or conduct just in the normal course of business. Another thing that causes in forested areas is wildlife. So we do a lot of raptor proofing. You have a lot of birds and a lot of wildlife that climbs trees. So you have those issues also we have to attend to. So just doing basic maintenance, pole by pole, is one thing that we've instituted across our system, but we've probably accelerated it because of this risk that's been put on us, really by the insurance companies and the lawyers, right? People, we want to sue everybody, basically. So we're doing that. I think the next thing, we are in negotiations with landowners to get a wider right of way. we're hoping at the federal level with the two, there's a House bill and a Senate bill, which are looking at extending those right of ways, that one of those bills survives so that we can get the 50 and 100-foot right of ways we need to have a more safe system. Because of the nature of rural co-ops, a lot of our system is served radially. So if I lose, and I'll give you an example, I serve Penasco with a radial transmission line. So if I lose that line, they're completely out. There's no way to serve them from anywhere else. If you've ever troubleshoot in the national forest, some of the poles, they were either put in by hand or helicopter. So they're not very easy to get to. And that's the summertime. In the wintertime, it's almost impossible unless you have snowmobiles and snowcats and that kind. So it becomes very difficult in the terrains that the co-ops serve to really address these issues in an economic standpoint. So that one reason we do maintenance is we can make sure the line is working as it should be. We do a lot of tree trimming. Kit Carson has dedicated half its crews to tree trimming every single day, which though has increased the cost. And so with that, you have to balance that. At what point will electric rates be too unaffordable? And most members, as I heard earlier in the discussion, if you haven't lived through a fire, you really don't know what's going on. But if you've been through a couple of these fires, you do have an appreciation of what work the co-ops are trying to do to make sure that first the safety of the public is maintained, but the safety of the employees. Because we have to have those linemen in there working, or at least de-energizing lines during sometimes some of these very dangerous situations. So we do a lot of the basics utilities we think should do, tree trimming, light maintenance, raptor proofing. Two different elements that Kit Carson is engaged in is one is in microgrids. We have started to build 3 microgrids, and we have 3 scheduled, 3 every year for the next 3 years, really focusing on mountain communities. The first 3 one will be at the village of Taos Ski Valley, one will be in Penasco, and one will be in El Rito West. And those are because we have radial lines feeding those. They all are within the Carson National Forest. They all border wilderness lands. So you have the Wheeler Peak, Taos Pueblo, the Hondo Wilderness. And we've also worked in concert with the National Forest in the different counties to identify which are the highest risks. So Kit Carson's not choosing, we're having the people who know the area choose which are the highest risks. And then the second part of that deployment is where we have existing solar and batteries, start creating those into microgrids. Introducing AI and also introducing cameras, where we partner with both Los Alamos and Sandia on the AI component and wildfire component, and New Mexico State on the cameras. And so that will help us make the decisions of whether to put the microgrid in a microgrid state. And again, based on a lot of what you've already heard, weather conditions, wind speeds, the state of the forest, so that we can at least give the community leaders, give people time to make decisions. We also are installing meters that will allow us to shed load. So that will start this August. So we'll bring those meters, and if the load is more than the batteries, then we start shedding what we call non-critical load. But we also want to make sure we always have critical infrastructure operating: water, communications, wastewater, 911, those that at least first responders need to be able to address the issue, and those that the elected leaders need to make decisions of what do they do with the general public. Those 3 should be in service late spring, early summer next year. We got that through a GRIP-funded DOE project, and so that's already on board. The next phase is to again place batteries at existing solar facilities and create microgrids in Red River, Eagle Nest, and Angel Fire. So within 2 years, we'll have about 6 operating microgrids with AI technology to really address first extreme weather events and wildfire, And then it gives us a tool to do other things that we need to during the course of running a more smart grid. I think it's just not the meter that makes it intelligent. In my opinion, it's going to be the AI. The last project we're working on addressing this issues is really doing a virtual power plant pilot. And that's really tied to target those people who have medical devices or require electricity for medication. And so that we can actually strategically make sure that those folks, if at some point in the future, Kit Carson does have to call for a public safety shutoff, that we can at least guarantee those who need electricity for basic services, whether it's a CPAP or dialysis or oxygen, have that. And so right now we have monies to do the pilot. We're bringing on some consultants to help us on basically how you manage that. And we're also working with the medical community because of HIPAA. It's hard to get this information, right? To be honest, the time we get the most information is when there's an outage, and people will call us and tell us, "We have oxygen. Can you get us first?" So we've created a database. We have the medical certificate customers, and so we are now working with the medical community to tell us who qualifies. Kit Carson does not care about what the situation is if this is the program parameters for medical devices, then tell us who qualifies so we can see what it would take to get that facility on their home. And then the whole idea is that when they need it, so when there's an extreme weather event, fire, or conditions that are set, then they use it. When they don't need it, then the co-op can use it to offset some of its costs from its power supplier, so that we have more local generation. So those are the things we want to do internally before we get to the power safety shutoff. The other things the co-op has implemented is we have a texting service and an email service. So anytime there's an issue, we can give them notification. We have about 30,000 texts. We have 30,000 members. We have 30,000 text numbers that we can send a text anytime to tell them this is what's happening. We've used it for just letting people know that it's going to be windy. We're going to put protective devices on what we call one shot. So if your lights go out, we know it's went out because we don't want to cause a fire. Almost like a kind of a precursor to a public safety shutoff. But then the other thing we do is we dispatch crews to those areas. So the wait time is not too long. If it's going to be an event that is potentially that catastrophic, we're not doing work. You're out really making sure that if there's outages, I have resources to attend to those. So we've seen the best way to do that is just put people in the field where you think you're going to have the impact, so that we're closer to the event if it happens. And so a lot of this is just really common sense because we control the crews. They're going to do something that day. And so we just drive them out there, or they drive out there. So those are the things that we're doing to get ready before we get to the power safety shutoff. We want to use technology. We want to use the data we got. We want to use metering to make sure that we know what's going on. Like it's mentioned before, we already have a series of weather stations that we're using. We're talking to both the Forest Service and the state of New Mexico to get access to their weather stations. There's no reason for us to pay for one if the state already has one out there that we can use. So we have more data. The final thing on that is customer participation. We have a lot of public meetings about, and it's really awareness. We don't want them to try to fight a fire, but they should know what the clear zones in front of their home is. They should know, who to call if there's a fire. So we do a lot of public service announcements. For the past few months, every 2 weeks, I send out a newsletter to them telling them, here are the resources in the state. So we can send them to Laura McCarthy's group. We can send them to the county. And now we've started a 4-part series of experts coming in, talking to the public about first, how do we get to this? How do we get to this state of forest? You know, and I think one reason I do push for this kind of limited liability is we didn't cause 100 years of the forest being neglected. And it's been about 100 years that the forest hasn't been taken care of. There is still pushback from very strong environmental groups for us not to do anything. You know, we walk the lines. There was an outage just past myself and Richard. We're out there walking the lines ourselves. You can see all the fuel on the ground. So some of the rules do fundamentally have to change. You know, if you don't want a forest fire because a line's going to spark, well, you have to take all the fuel out. I mean, that's common sense. And so for those reasons, I don't think the co-ops should be blamed for starting a fire if in fact everything that we're doing is done to mitigate, and it's third parties that are causing this issue. But again, that's kind of my commercial, but I think it's important, right? Because the co-ops are around because the investor-owned utilities didn't want to serve the rural areas. You know, people forget that. They didn't want to serve the rural areas, and a bunch of ranchers and farmers decided this is the way to, you know, we want self-control. And so as we move forward, I think the co-ops are very sophisticated in this fashion. Kit Carson is just one sample of what New Mexico co-ops are doing to address these issues from technology. You heard Les talk about GRIP and their monies. And so I think I just wanted to portray that, you know, the co-ops are doing a lot in this space, but there are some gaps that we need filled. And we are getting good response from our members. You know, we send out these PSAs to tell us if you see a tree leaning, you know, call us. We have a big public employee awareness, right? Even the people who work inside, as they're driving down the line, if they see something that doesn't look right, report it to us. That way, then we can address it. And I think with that type of strategy, with public input, with employee input, we're starting to really get a handle on at least where the risks are. Not too much we can do about an extended drought, but I think with what I've put out, Kit Carson feels very good that we'll be able to address a lot of these issues going forward with technology. So Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I just wanted to let you know where we're at, but also let you know of some of the needs that co-ops have on are requesting, so that rural people still enjoy reliable, resilient, affordable energy in spite of where we live.
Well, thank you so much for that discussion. I'm always impressed with what Kit Carson is doing, and just your willingness to take on like innovative and new technologies and really using that to your advantage, because you don't have the resources that the IOUs do. And so I think you're doing a great job at looking at technologies that can help you. You know, you're talking about virtual power plants and microgrids and things that we talk about at conferences, and it's nice to see that you're implementing those things. I do have a question with respect to the microgrids. It sounded like this is something that is connected to the larger grid and can be engaged.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not a microgrid all the time. There's a radial line.
Right. So it'll be energized and the batteries will be fully charged. But when, let's say Richard makes a call to put into microgrid, then it separates, de-energizes the line. So we have no risk there. But then we have about 6 to 8 hours of power that people can make decisions whether they want to leave, the event passes. So the same thing, we have a transmission line, the microgrid separates, the transmission line gets de-energized, no one loses power, right? I'm saying that, and the ultimate goal for Kit Carson is really not to have a power safety shutoff, is really to be able to have these population centers that require communications, water and wastewater, everything I've covered, to have power. And then if it is going to be a fire, then you evacuate in an orderly fashion, right? Because now you have 8 hours to get with everybody. And so we have 3 now, and then we'll have 3 next year, and then 3 the following year. So we'll have a series of microgrids within the main grid.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And you covered everything I was going to ask you, but I do also want to note that the other thing you mentioned was about affordability.
Yes.
And I think what I heard is that you're also locating your resources in locations that can help you establish these microgrids. And so just, want to recognize that that seems like a smart thing. You can do more with less.
Right.
I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Nybert to see if he has any questions.
No question, just a comment. If the issue of pursuing limited liability legislatively occurs, you need every one of your members and every member of every co-op to be engaged in that, because that will be opposed strenuously by a very powerful lobby group up the street. So you need to be prepared for a real battle.
For sure, we appreciate that, but I do think, everything we've set out. In the end, bankruptcy of co-op does nothing for the state of New Mexico. It really doesn't. We understand our obligation and our responsibility of serving safely the community. But if you've been up to Taos or Red River, that area, there's a million trees. If one of the trial lawyers can tell me which tree is going to fall, we'd cut it, right? But they probably wouldn't tell me that. And I do think, though, it's an important enough issue that we're going to ask our members, but we're also asking the PRC to help maybe clarify how we get there, right? Because again, the rates with co-ops are generally a little higher than investor-owned utilities, just because we have less density, and then to add this layer on top of that, and we have limited resources, right? We just don't have the ability, as I heard from the investor-owned, to get every contractor that was available. I think that's what PNM said, get every contractor that's available to do tree trimming, right? It's hard just to get people up to rural areas to do work. So I appreciate what you say. I understand, but that doesn't mean we're going to continue to ask and be pesky about this issue, because we think it's the biggest issue facing the co-ops today.
Well, on this issue, I don't think there's any difference between the co-ops and the investor-owned utilities. You're really in the same boat. Maybe different amounts of money that you have available to you, but you're in the same boat. And a catastrophic fire can wipe even the largest of utilities out, and has done so in California. So it's really an issue that all of New Mexico needs to grapple with. And I think it's an important one. I'm glad you're raising it. But I do know that it's going to take every member of your co-op and every member of every co-op, because the public utilities, there are going to be a lot of folks in Albuquerque that are going to sit on their hands. But it's the folks out in rural New Mexico that can get active in that effort and could maybe overcome the strength of the lobby that you've already pointed out. And it's going to take a tremendous effort. I just, I'm there with you, and I'll do what I can to help you, I assure you. But that's a real battle, and I just hope that everybody would join forces and agree to be actively engaged if that's the issue that you want to move forward with the legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah. So next we have Henry Hammond Paul from the city of Santa Fe. Sorry that we're running behind schedule, but I think we could make it up during the last discussion section that we have.
Great. Commissioners, thank you for having me. Happy to be a little bit of a black sheep in this group, representing a city and not a utility or the state. So the slides I prepared are going to be kind of split into two things. One, I think, and I'll hopefully breeze through the first portion of this that speaks a little bit about the wildfire preparedness that we're doing here in Santa Fe. One, because the areas that I can speak to are much more on the kind of communications and outreach components and evacuation components, but I'm not a member of the firefighter group, so I would defer to them when speaking about operations. What I really am going to speak to is about the way that the city is thinking about and reacting to and planning for the inevitable public safety power shutoffs. So next slide, please. Just for context, I'm throwing up the department that I oversee here because I think it will inform the discussion that we have with regard to the impacts and the way we're thinking about public safety power shutoffs. I'm just going to use PSPS moving forward. Because you're going to see a lot of social service organizations that I oversee. I also oversee the Office of Emergency Management. I think when I think of public safety power shutoffs, I'm not only thinking about it in terms of wildfire risks or things of that nature, but also the myriad services that residents in our city depend on. So, for instance, it's not just first responders who are impacted by this work, but it's also the fact that, you know, we have hundreds of home delivered meals that have to go out. Kids depending on after school programming at our recreation or centers or libraries and other such. Next slide, please. Interestingly, this was just a big context slide. As of today, NOAA is no longer going to be tracking costs of extreme weather. That came out in the past couple hours. The point of all this is to say that I understand the impact of these types of disasters and the ability for us to have an informed discussion about how we understand the impacts and the costs of severe weather events and the types of interventions we want to have to mitigate those costs. I deeply appreciate those, and I think figuring out the calculus of how we have an informed discussion where we're weighing costs against potential impacts is difficult. Next slide, please. So at least for the city of Santa Fe, we understand that wildfire risk is increasing. Next slide. And it is not a question of when, but rather it's not a question of, it is a question of when, not if. And drop that one. So for the city, the broad strokes, we have kind of three prongs of our strategy here. And the first two aspects I'll speak to with some depth, and I'll be happy to speak to them more in a different form if folks are interested in. Then when it comes to actual firefighting operations, I'm going to really not touch that and leave that to folks who have more of that background and expertise. So next slide. In terms of outreach and prevention, this is the framing here is, what can the city do to help residents, businesses, and citizens of our city be prepared. And so it's both how do we enable and empower people, and then what are we doing ourselves to improve that type of preparation and readiness. There is a host of things that we can do and are doing. Many of them are things that you've heard, the kind of bread and butter of fire hardening that many folks have spoken to today, having defensible space, going out and doing home assessments, You know, we do about 500 home assessments. The city itself, we're only one player in the game. There's also the you know, a handful of other groups that do that work, and we're trying to coordinate with them. There's a whole host of digital engagement and tools that we're building out and have built out, whether they're media, website or information hubs. You know, that are both general and targeted to specific populations. So there's a whole host of outreach and prevention work that we're pursuing. If you go to the next slide, this is just kind of a high level overview of some of these investments that we're making. And the nuance here is important, right? Because I think while we definitely have some of this kind of broadsword ability, similar to what PNM might have with regard to contacting their members or their clients via text message, we as a city have to go one level deeper and really engage individuals as individuals in a quite nuanced way. Because, and I think this will be something else I'll shift to when we talk about the public safety power shutoff, but I understand that there is a lot of liability on utilities. There is a different type of liability and risk for cities, because even if we're not the ones who are going to be sued necessarily for an incident, we are accountable and we are seen as responsible. So it is incumbent upon us as public servants in the city to make sure that we are having a deep and sometimes duplicative set of efforts to what utilities are doing or what the state is doing. But there's a very good reason for that. So just to point out kind of some of the tactical ways that we need to communicate and engage on these, there's a lot of like going to HOAs and neighborhoods and doing direct engagement in that way, having a real calendar of engagement events that we go and have boots on the ground, doing town halls, listening sessions, going to schools, and really getting the word out. We do have some similar mechanisms that utilities might have, where the city does manage its water utilities, and we put information into utility bills for the water about, get an assessment done, have defensible space, the kind of fundamentals, if you will. And just again, in terms of, I think this is a specific opportunity or strategic advantage for a city, given that it has a very deep local presence by nature, is having these kind of more analog opportunities for engagement. So things like engaging with local radio stations, working with local publications like the New Mexican to have quarterly columns from the fire chief. So there's a lot of small kind of tactical work that needs to be done that we are pursuing to make, with the ultimate goal of getting folks ready. And then there's some digital engagement work specific to our jurisdiction and with that we do in collaboration with the county as well, about having our notification systems and making sure that there are campaigns to get folks onto those Alert Santa Fe programs so that they can be contacted. Next slide, please. So broad set of work when it comes to outreach and communications to actually get us into the place. It's one thing to have a good set of recommendations around Ready, Set, Go. It's another to make sure that people actually are internalizing those. When it comes to evacuation, Santa Fe is, unique might be an overstatement, but we have a physical geography that is not conducive to evacuating a portion of our population. The foothills areas are narrow roads, and it is a maze. And one blocked corridor there could have pretty disastrous impacts for populations trying to evacuate. As such, and if you can go to the next slide, and this will kind of show it. we have decided to take a very risk-averse posture on this and are beginning to communicate as such. There's about 11,000 people who live in very high-risk areas in the city for evacuation. So while we could, get as data intensive as we want and say, well, this group of 300 people could evacuate at a certain point, at the end of the day, we need a very simple framework. And that is what we have of how we're going to get folks out. And it's really based on the principles of risk aversion. So we're going to say everybody's going to evacuate early. It's going to be a very simple framework. There's east-west corridors that we're pushing people towards, and really communicating. And I think when it comes to, responsibility and accountability, the city's going to say we're going to evacuate people early and deal with the consequences of that. Maybe there is a boy who cried wolf risk there, but at the same time, we're going to condition folks to the fact that the city will be evacuating at least a section of our population early. So if you go to the next slide, I think I'll just skip this and leave that for a future discussion when maybe it would make sense to have our fire chief here. So on the next slide, and this is what I'm very excited to talk about with everybody here and hope to have a really robust conversation, which is how does the city adapt to the reality of a public safety power shutoff? So it is new for us. It is not a new tool in the toolkit, I think, writ large for utilities. But for the city itself, it's new, and it's new this year. So shifting our strategy, identifying gaps that we have, and increasing investments is our posture. Next slide, thank you. So there are, at least from the position of the city, considerable unintended consequences and risks that we're trying to understand. I think we've spoken to a few of these already, but things like people on electronically dependent medical devices. I think another risk area that we are aware of is when power goes out, many individuals lose the ability to communicate the way that they're used to doing, let alone critical infrastructure of cities not being able to communicate the way that they're used to communicating. Things like public infrastructure going down, like traffic signals. If you talk to the fire chief for the city, who also runs the EMS, he would say that he would rather have people trying to fight a fire than dealing with 50 car accidents because of streetlights and traffic signs being out. So that's a real risk and cost. Also, putting facilities on backup critical power infrastructures like generators has costs as well. So the cost of running a generator is not insignificant. I think there's a fortunate silver lining maybe to not having fuel delivery constraints during a PSPS because we might not actually be experiencing other than wind, a serious weather event such as like a snowstorm, when delivery of fuel and it would be a larger risk, but there is cost that the city then or other sectors start to bear those costs, whether it's the healthcare sector or government. Small businesses writ large, losing inventory, food spoilage, loss of income, that disruption is not insignificant for small businesses. Something that is I'm very tuned into. I used to work in New York City in the emergency management space, and the city of New York was very, very hesitant to ever close schools because over 1 million children in New York City are school meal dependent, right? So when we shut down a school, I think in New Mexico, it's about 44% of students rely on public schools for their nutrition. So shutting down a school for one day means that certain number of kids, I think in Santa Fe, it's about 1,600 or 16,000 students, won't get lunch. And these are all things that can be quantified. And then also just, reputational risk is a real factor. And I understand, I think there's probably some real similarities to the risks that a city faces as the risks that a utility faces, in that, like, whether or not we are calling for a PSPS, we ultimately are communicating about it, and the erosion of trust from how that is implemented is a risk that I think we need to consider. Next slide, please. So what do we know? The city knows that, and actually, maybe before I jump into this, I want to make sure I'm clear that I'm not, and the city of Santa Fe isn't saying that these aren't important tools in the toolkit. We have a city manager who has been with the city for about 4 months, and he came from California. And Santa Monica, he was a city manager of Santa Monica and Beverly Hills. They know these are good tools and important tools to have, but they're complex ones with costs, and making sure that if this is a strategy that is pursued, that it is done in a way that is ultimately, trying to solve for a very, very complex set of impacts or spillovers. So yes, it is an important tool. How do we do it in a way that is as non-disruptive as possible? So we know that the utilities and for the case of Santa Fe, PNM is scaling up at least the potential for using PSPS as a wildfire risk mitigation. There are these, while it reduces fire ignition risks, it does have kind of spillover ancillary risks, and that it can occur with some notice, but that it ultimately can affect a pretty large portion of the population. I think we're excited to be working in partnership, and I will say I've had the great privilege to meet with PNM a handful of times since this has become more of a reality, and they are very receptive to hearing and talking about the challenges and concerns we're facing here in the city. But I think as everybody is figuring out how this is going to look, there are certain challenges that the city faces about how many people will it affect, what pieces of infrastructure are going to be affected. So whether it is all 90,000 residents of our city, or is it going to be just that 10,000 or 11,000 people who live in high risk areas? Can we somehow target and leave out certain pieces of critical infrastructure like schools or city buildings or healthcare facilities? So there's a lot of nuance that I think we look forward to the opportunity of talking through and understanding and coming to a good plan. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that while this is as a mechanism, it seems to offload some risk, or it seems to mitigate some risk for the utility. It just, in my mind, pushes that and offloads it onto other sectors, though. So local government is now bearing these costs and risks. The healthcare sector and businesses seem to be the ones who are taking that burden now, and I think it can be a pretty substantial one. So if you see on my next slide, for instance, the city, what we're doing to build out our capability and resilience towards what, and again, this is all that should be couched in the picture of, we don't want a wildfire, right? None of us want that to happen. So I don't want to lose the forest for the trees, so to speak, and just bad turn of phrase maybe. So I do want to, we do have to keep our eye on the ball there, that what we're ultimately all trying to do is reduce exposure and potential for wildfires to critically impact our population and state. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on that, and I'm not, but this as a tool, I think is something that deserves and merits a lot of conversation. So the city is very aggressively making sure that we have a proper inventory of our critical infrastructure, understanding, the clinics, shelter systems, water systems, vulnerable populations, making sure that we know what is going to be impacted the hardest. I'll speak to the community resilience hubs and charging stations actually on the next slide. The city is investing in backup power strategies, and I think one version of this is the city should have invested previously in a lot of that. The other thing is that we're in a different age, and maybe we don't have all the backup power that we need. But that's not a small investment. That is, I think we have a large recreation center that is would require about a $1.2 million generator, and that's just one city-owned building. We do have some of our critical city infrastructure on generator with generator capacity, but it's not everything. And that, I guess, becomes like, what are the services that the city needs to continue to provide without power? And in my world, I would like to still be able to deliver meals and have after school programs open, and a whole host of services that are deeply important to many residents, but we will lose the capacity to do without power at those facilities. And then we're also building out our communication protocols to make sure that it's a very complex web at the local level of it's actually I think by statute, I don't know if it's the city's responsibility to notify the public schools that this is coming. So making sure that there is deep coordination locally, not only in conjunction with the utilities in the state, but making sure that all of the people in our network that we are partnering with, whether it's the public schools, the county, the county and the city had pretty different communication experiences with the last or the first one in March, where it was just we were working off of different information. The schools were notified at a different point, but at the same time, we need to make sure that that is really a lockstep process. If you go to the next slide, please. So the last two slides are kind of the help we need, right? And I think and maybe I shouldn't say state, maybe I should say the PRC, but someone, whether it's the PRC or the state, I think like figuring out some mechanism for supporting local backup and power readiness would be really important. I think there's probably a lot of opportunities that exist for this already, but maybe having them in a more centralized and accessible portfolio, so it's not reaching out to one agency for one type of generator and different so understanding that this is a single type of incident that maybe needs like a single package of supports. From having spent some time in the healthcare sector, I've worked in places where they had critical stockpiles of types of drugs. I could see the same thing of, maybe this ties into that first point of having a critical stockpile of backup batteries, generators, device chargers, things like that could be rapidly deployed. I think some sort of accountability mechanism to make sure that we are all working off the same expectations for communications. So, if we're going to say that 4 days out, we need to know that this might be coming, like, how do we actually make sure that that is happening? And I don't know if that's a regulatory move or if it's but making sure that we're all aligned on expectations there. I would also say, and this is more of a, I think something for, at the state agency level, but ensuring that we have proper mechanisms for declaring emergencies, and that it's kind of a light switch that you can flip on and off to be able to then deploy resources. I think, the city, at least the city of Santa Fe, certain things are enabled when an emergency is declared, and we just need to be able to access resources quickly. So if there's any way we could kind of whitelist certain types of events or situations as kicking into high gear certain types of policy supports. Let's see, next slide, please. So I think there's also, a set of supports that we would love to work with the utilities in accessing. One thing is, and I know we have a data session and a technology session coming up. The web of agencies and jurisdictions here. I think you're going to end up seeing, and we're already seeing this, like massive levels of duplication of efforts. The city of Santa Fe doesn't need to purchase the same software that the county is purchasing, that the state is purchasing, that the National Forest is purchasing, all for wildfire detection cameras. Like if we can find ways to all use the same software and add extra licenses, it can, there's many advantages to kind of understanding how do you get everybody on the same platform. I think a big thing is, and this is like quite specific, but if depending on how long these are going to last, the city would love to be able to deploy, charging hubs and stations for people, cooling stations. And if there's any way to kind of support that work, that would be great. And that kind of ties into the last point, which is just about funding and partnerships. So like there is, I know there are considerable costs to implementing these for utilities, and I wouldn't assume that it doesn't take. I think the folks from Kit Carson were talking about, the physical dangers of going out and inspecting lines, and I have a deep amount of respect for that. I think there are also costs that then are incurred by the city. So how do we help offset these costs, whether it's through grants or technology supports or other types of resources? So with that, those are the end of my slides, and I'm very happy to stand for questions.
Well, thank you for that presentation. I appreciate the different perspective, because it gives us a chance to really look at the interest that needs to be balanced. And I think you didn't say this, but I think what I took away is that we spent a large part of the day talking about the costs and liabilities to the utility. There are also costs to just everyday people. And so that's something that we cannot lose sight of. It would be, I think from like, if you're only thinking about a utility not starting a fire or not making one worse, then we can be very conservative and shut off all the lines. But then, there are real costs associated with that. So I appreciate the perspective. You said one thing that really stuck with me, and it's the way you phrased it. You said adapting to PSPS. And I think that's really what we're talking about here, because I don't think we're moving into a world where we might no longer have PSPS, or we might not have these threats. They're here to stay, and they're getting worse. And so I think that's really what we need to figure out, is how, what is the messaging, what kind of warnings do people need to have? And I think we're entering an area where people just need to be educated. We need to come up with some form of messaging that is consistent, that people understand what it means. And they understand that there are different risks associated with different messages. And some of them are really serious and, you know, you need to evacuate. And some of them, maybe you just need to be on high alert. So, Commissioner Nybert, do you have any questions?
I have several questions and comments. Could you go to slide 14? You know, I think this spring, maybe it's late winter actually, when we first started getting the high winds, we first started seeing some of the broadcast of these public safety power shutoffs. And when the first one or two were announced, I got a number of phone calls, you know, what time are my lights going out? And I grew up in Clovis on the east side of the state. As a kid, at school, we had tornado drills. And I kind of likened those notices as tornado warnings. And if you're from the east side of the state and you get a tornado warning, nobody immediately runs to their basement and you know, gets all in a panic and worries, because they're used to having tornado warnings. And so when I got those first phone calls, I told the folks, I said, I don't know the specifics, but it seems to me that I believe it was a PNM notice that went out on this particular instance. I said, the weather last night showed that there were going to be very high winds in this area. I think what's happening is a notice is going out that PNM may have to try to shut off power in certain areas where the actual wind is going to maybe interfere with their ability to deliver electricity safely to that particular area. So if a power shutoff occurs, it's probably going to be fairly limited in scope. And it's going to be based upon specific information at specific points, which is much like a tornado. You know, you first get the tornado warning, and then you get very specific information. If you live in this area, running from this street to that street, and this between this and that, then take shelter. So I tried to tell folks that you know, don't get too upset. You don't need to start, you know, packing the car right now, but just just recognize that your power may go off in the next day or so as the winds pick up. I think PNM and probably SPS, I think to a limited extent, El Paso Electric, I don't think you guys have had to worry about it yet, but you know, they're trying to tell folks in advance, hey, we're going to have, you know, something that we may have to turn your power off. Be prepared for it, and work through it. I do think that as we all work through this, we do need points of contact. You know, who gets notified? Who do they send it out to? Who's going to be responsible for doing that effort? Because I know PNM was sending it to me, Commissioner Aguilera, Commissioner O'Connell, and probably 50 members of our staff. Well, that was probably not necessary, but you know, it's nice to get the information. But I was getting 4 or 5 emails on each one of these, and so I think we need to work through some of that. And the utilities probably don't want to have to notify 10,000 folks, but we do need to know who needs to be notified and get those things out. So I think that's a good point. You know, in slide 14, it says that this occurs often with little notice. my experience this spring was there was plenty of notice. In fact, the only power shut off that I know of in the state that didn't have notice was, or much notice, was what occurred in southern Eddy and Lee County with the wind tailing off a couple weeks ago, and SPS, because of Southwest Power Pool, had to shut down some things, not due to overwind, but a lack of wind and a lack of generation. So I hope that these are occurring with a lot of notice, and that we just need to get used to what it really means, and to have the people aware of it. As far as the funding goes and moving funding around, I don't think this agency is going to be in a position to reimburse Santa Fe for any costs that it has. And I would be surprised if the state of New Mexico is going to pick up some of that too. So, if Santa Fe wants to take some actions to be proactive, it's probably going to have to look internally. With respect to being resilient, maybe having battery supply, I think it's coming. I think it is coming in your community right now, but you have citizens that are protesting that very action. So, we're going to have to figure out, how to deploy battery backup, and that kind of goes to your microgrid stuff discussed earlier. If you have batteries in those areas, maybe that power shutoff doesn't occur except in very remote areas. And you have battery backup for this neighborhood and that neighborhood, what have you, or for your utility, your traffic lights at this signal and that signal. Batteries can be deployed there for short periods of time, but people are going to have to allow those things to occur. We have to cite them somewhere. So, I think this is good. I think we need to work on it. And so if you have a list of folks that need to be notified within Santa Fe, or if you have one folk in the city of Santa Fe who should be the point person, then I'm sure P&M would love to know who that person is, and they'd be happy to add you to the email tree and the text tree that goes out, because I see who all gets some of those, and that way it would get to the city immediately. And from my experience, with many hours of advance notice, and then when a neighborhood does get shut off, the city's prepared to deal with that shut off. So, I think the utilities are interested in knowing who to contact, and I think they will be in a better position as we move forward to maybe hone this procedure. And that's what we've asked them to do is, this is all new to them, it's new to us, and it's going to be a process. But I kind of liken the process to the tornado warnings that I grew up with as a kid many years ago, and is still being deployed today. So those would be my comments to some of what you said. And I agree, we do have some costs that are going to occur whenever power does get shut off. Some of it's due to our own technology. We don't have the mass in our refrigerator that we used to. Our ice box could withstand several days of lack of power. They can't do that today. Then you don't have the mass that retains that temperature like we did maybe in prior decades. But again, I think the notice is good. People can get prepared for it and take whatever actions they think are reasonable to deal with their own specific situation. Sure.
This is on. Yeah. Just as a point of clarification, Commissioner, P&M has been great about being in contact with the city, and multiple redundancies of communication. So I don't want to create the idea that they haven't you know, whether it's direct communication with the mayor, myself, or the Office of Emergency Management, there's been great communication there. I think just to the point of the novelty of this in the city, again, it's not a novel thing nationally. Many places do these with regular frequency. Just as we get further down the line of this becoming more and more part of our DNA of how we, you know, are resilient here, being able to say more specifically that not 90,000 people are going to be without power, but these 3 neighborhoods are going to be without power will make a huge difference for the city, just in terms of being able to keep folks prepared. Because ultimately, my perspective on this is like, we should be able to handle something like this. We have, you know, like many people can go out and purchase their own generator. It's a matter of conditioning individuals about, you know, making sure that they know they have the resources that they need. So as we kind of move down this and mature in our experience with these, both the utilities getting more surgical with their ability to do them, so it's not, you know, a massive swath of red, but maybe it's patches of red on a map, and combining that with, you know, people like me going out and being able to really engage individuals to be in control of what they can control. I think we'll get to a good point there, but there's definitely going to be some growing pains.
Yeah, but the novelty, you know, certainly shocked everybody. The first couple of weeks, but since that first 1 or 2, I haven't received one phone call. I don't know if the other commissioners have, but I've not received one phone call, even though there have been several additional notices go out. So that tells me that people, we went through the first one and yeah, it affected this neighborhood, but it didn't affect me. You know, it's pretty, as I look at it, it has been fairly surgical as to what has happened, not the widespread hysteria that maybe caught everybody off guard the first time. And you know, I think it serves a purpose. I think you need to notify everybody. I mean, they watch the weather the night before, they're going to know that when you start getting 65-mile-an-hour winds, that you're probably going to have some of these announcements being made. And, you know, there will be parts of the state that suffer a lot more of these notices than other parts. But anyway, I think every spring we ought to be prepared for these things, and maybe what the state, maybe what the city can do is to do some public service announcements and remind people in the month of January and February that, hey, springtime's around the corner and you're probably going to hear some of these public safety power shutoffs notices going out, and just recognize, you know, here's what it really means. And maybe that's something that this commission and the state could do to help get that word out. Thank you.
Well, thank you again so much for the presentation. I think maybe it's a good time for a break. So apologies, but it'll be short. Can we let's reconvene at 3 o'clock. So. 3:05. I already said 3 o'clock. All right, let's go ahead and get started. I know that we have a commissioner missing, but he'll be here shortly. And then we can hopefully try to stay on track. So we have Holly Eagleston here from Firescape AI to explain a tool that is available. I'll turn it over to you, Holly.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. And I'll be going through some of the information around what utilities should be thinking about for data and tools around wildfire risk and mitigation decision-making. And then I'll give a short demo of our software as well. So just to give you a little bit of background, my background is in wildfire science. I worked at the Sandia National Labs for 6 years, studying wildfires, and before that worked for the Bureau of Land Management in their active fire suppression program. We are a new company. We're called Firescape. We're based here in Albuquerque, and I'll be showing some of our products at the end to give you guys an idea about the different wildfire risk modeling that we do. But before I dive into that, I just wanted to throw out some ideas around how important good data is in making these sorts of decisions, anywhere from doing vegetation management to system hardening to public safety power shutoffs. The data that you're using to make these decisions is incredibly important. And so one thing to consider is, there's not a lot of metrics, even in California, around how utilities report on outages. And I think it would be very valuable if everyone got on the same page for looking at how you report outages, and have a data standard that everyone could follow that could then be implemented into different wildfire risk models to enhance the modeling capability. So some of the things that we look at for assessing wildfire risk, I break it down into 4 sections, ignition, spread, suppression, and consequence. And there's data sets associated with each of these. So for ignition, especially, we look at the different available wind data. And a lot of folks use the openly available data from NOAA, such as the HER model. So that's something that's available at 3-kilometer resolution. But there's a lot of nuances that happens within that 3-kilometer pixel. And so that's one thing that we provide. We can actually downscale those models using atmospheric science techniques, where we can go from 3-kilometer data to 40-meter data and give a little bit more information about what's happening in those high wind corridors and canyons and in mountains. We also, for spread, are looking at bringing in satellite imagery, looking at multispectral imagery, applying different indices to understand what the tree health is, how that could lead to likelihood of tree fallen, or fuel conditions. If there is an ignition, how likely is it to spread? So we bring in satellite imagery and apply AI methods to identify those things. Another thing to consider is how difficult is it to suppress an area. So anywhere that's a single egress road, and there's a lot of them in the New Mexico communities, that can indicate, where you have a higher likelihood of fatalities in these areas if they can't get out in time before their exit is closed off. It's also harder for fire suppression professionals to go in there because it's a more dangerous situation for them. So we take in all that data and we map out where single egress neighborhoods are, and we combine it with the other risk scores to take it into consideration for a fire risk model. Lastly, we think about fire consequence. And so we have the capacity to run different fire simulation models. So we can run them for every section of the line, and that was the animation that you just saw. And then we look at how many dwellings might be impacted within this, first hour of a fire simulation from a line. And so those blue dots are individual buildings, and then we can track how extensive the largest fire might get in that amount of time and how many dwellings might be impacted, and then trace that back to the ignition point of the fire along the power line. So that really helps utilities understand where they need to be prioritizing mitigation or staging resources or doing vegetation management ahead of a high wind event. So some of the things to consider with data is, again, your spatial resolution, the recency of the data, the forecasting skill, how far ahead can that forecast go? There's a lot of different options available across different vendors, but I just encourage folks to think about these things as they start to evaluate the differences. So for us at Firescape, we've brought in all these different data sets from satellite imagery, LiDAR, and weather, and put them into our own proprietary algorithms and present them into a software as a service package. A little bit more information about us. We're a small company. We're all scientists. 3 of us came from Sandia National Labs, and then Jorge came from NOAA. So we have backgrounds in wildfire science, atmospheric science, data science, and energy resilience. We're building a platform that meets utilities wherever they are in their journey. And there's a lot of different things to consider around wildfire risk, from mapping out what your wildfire exposure is to being strategic about where you're going to put cameras or weather stations, what kind of data streams you're going to use to make PSPS decisions, what risk tolerance or thresholds you set for that. So I'll just go quickly through a demo that we have for wildfire risk decision making. So let me move over to the screen. There we go. So for this demo, this is a real location in New Mexico, but the infrastructure data and building data is synthetic. We made that up for demonstration purposes alone. But the weather data and terrain data behind it are all real. And so this is for an event that happened in March. And so we have a heads up weather display here that brings in temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, wind gust forecasted hourly for the next 7 days. And we can essentially track, when these numbers start to get concerning. So when you see low relative humidity and high wind speeds, when everything goes red here, this is when an event is predicted to occur where utility might want to do wildfire protection settings. In the geospatial platform, we can look at what's going on with wind speed, looking at the wildfire potential index. So the brighter the purple and red color, the higher the likelihood of a large fire. We bring in the fire consequence score. So that's where we run the fires along we simulate fires along each section of line and see how likely they are to impact structures. And then we can pull the fire perimeter for the biggest one and identify where, highest likelihood of fire damage might be and where to mitigate from there. We pull all of that information with some other data sets as well into a final risk score. And so anything that's in red has passed the threshold of risk tolerance, where we would trigger a notification to a utility that says, hey, you really need to be concerned about conditions in these areas. And because of the resolution of it, where we can be pretty specific within lines, that this can enable a utility to, if they install sectionalizers, they can really minimize the impacts of power outages via PSPS to the community. So it's really about having that high resolution data to reduce some of those impacts to the community while maintaining a reduction in fire risk likelihood. And then we can also track this through our graph here. So looking at when that white line crosses the threshold that we've set at 0.8, that's where you're seeing these red pixels light up, where an event is forecasted a few days ahead. We can also pull in active fire data. So this would be coming from the National Interagency Fire Center when the platform's live. And then we can pull in the active fire perimeters, anything that's been reported to dispatch centers. And then on the back end, we also forecast where a fire will go next with our fire simulation capability. And what we do with this is we'll run it thousands of times with different ensembles of weather data. So what that means is we look at kind of extreme conditions around wildfire risk in terms of high winds, low relative humidity. And we vary those inputs every time. And then we take those thousands of simulations and get 3 outputs. So one is saying, the largest fire perimeter is your 90th percentile event. It's your worst case condition that's been modeled. And then it goes more conservative beyond that. And so what this does is it allows utilities and communities to be able to plan ahead for, predominant weather conditions where a fire might be spreading to, what the impacts to communities are, to utility equipment are, and be able to prepare for that and recover faster. So that's all I have to present today, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you. Does the technology use, trying to figure out how to say this, but other equipment like on the transmission system, or is it really more like satellites and using information that already exists? Like, would you have to install anything else throughout the system to get better information?
So our system, we don't install any hardware, but if the utility has sensors that they've put out, whether that's weather stations or cameras, and we can pull that data, then we can integrate it into our software platform to make sure that we have the best information available that's really localized to that area. But we're a software company. We don't do the hardware ourselves.
Okay. Commissioner Nybert, do you have any questions? I want to open it up to the room first to see if there are any questions. Yeah,
Question. That was a great presentation, Holly. And I don't know if you mentioned this earlier, but are you currently working with any utilities or co-ops in New Mexico?
Yeah, we are. We're actually piloting the software with 2 utilities coming up this summer, one of which is here in New Mexico.
Okay, nice. That's awesome.
Do we have any questions online? I don't see any hands raised online. Great, yeah.
Actually, I had one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
When you were going through your presentation, there was a tab that said overall PSPS score. Are you basing that off fire escape's internal scores, or is it based on the utility score? Like what's the framework for the reference for that score?
Yeah, so base it off of looking at climatology data and bringing in current weather data, fuels data, fire simulation data, and then we work with the utility to define what their threshold is, what their risk tolerance is. So the utility really sets that. We provide the data to enable the decision making.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation and the demo. I do think that you have some potential customers in the room, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll move on to the almost last portion on our agenda today. So this is an open forum, so I think, you know, this is maybe where we can talk about or ask questions regarding the presentations today, and also think about how we can be most productive in moving forward. I think that one of the things that we heard that we need to work on is around the PSPS and kind of be on the same page about what factors need to be considered when making those decisions. And I know that the utilities have their frameworks, even if they're not specific formulas. It would be helpful, I think, to have to focus in a future workshop on just kind of that issue, and think about it and talk about it. I don't know that changes need to happen, but I do think that at minimum, it's helpful to talk about it so that we understand what is going into that decision. And maybe just knowing that will be helpful. So I think that's one thing that we could focus on in the future. The other thing that we talked about is with respect to messaging, and kind of what types of warnings need to be provided to different types of individuals. You know, there are like city and other local governments, and I know that this information is in the plans that PNM and SPS have. And so I think it's a matter of talking about that and make sure that that is adequate. Maybe it is, but again, helpful to talk about to make sure that we understand when that's going to happen. There could be other customers, maybe some customers that want to know, maybe some small businesses that want to know earlier. And so I think those are things that are worth discussing also at a future meeting. And then I really like the way that Kit Carson framed it, and it seems like they're thinking about the PSPS is an option, but what can we do to avoid even getting there? And I think we heard this from the city of Santa Fe too, is, you know, what technologies can we use? Kit Carson mentioned batteries, and the city did as well. I think Commissioner Nybert correctly pointed out about NIMBYism and kind of the difficulty that we would have there. And with respect to batteries, obviously there are batteries that the utilities have on their system, and they're installing more and more, and the grid modernization efforts are certainly helping to accommodate more of that. And then I think there are also probably opportunities for customers to have, just everyday people to have that, especially if they need it for to keep running medical equipment, or even if they're concerned about their refrigerator not running as long as they used to, as Commissioner Nyberg pointed out. And I wonder whether EMNERD here can provide, there are rebates, for example, that EMNERD has for certain types of energy efficiency, and maybe this is also a potential rebate type product that could be available to people. I'll stop short right now of suggesting that the utilities should do that, but they are potentially in a position to propose that. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't go that far. So I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner Nyberg, to see if there's anything you think we need to talk about, and then I'll open it up to the room and people online to see. I think this is a good opportunity to just make sure that we're on the same page about what we still need to take care of. And also want to circle back with EMNERD at some point to talk about not duplicating efforts.
The only thing I would add to your list was, both the state forester and Kit Carson indicated maybe some legislation actions, and we certainly, I think the ideas that were expressed are something that we would likely embrace, and we would welcome the opportunity to work with you all and maybe lend our assistance to those efforts if it's something that this commission finds compatible with our charge. But it does seem that this is an issue that is a issue facing our state and many others, and we've got to come to grips. Otherwise, we risk the financial security that healthy electric co-ops and healthy public utilities bring to our state and to our citizens, and that's one of our charges. Make sure that you all can stay in business to deliver the products that you deliver for the good of all. And so I think what's been expressed today on that front is something that's compatible with our mission, and at least I would encourage us to work with you all in getting that stuff before the interim committees and before the legislature. So thank you.
Does anybody in the room want to weigh in? And if you do, please take one of the microphones. Sure, yeah.
So in regards to the public safety power shutoffs, I think it's really just expectation management from the utility providers as well as from emergency response at the local level as well as the state level. In the recent public safety power shutoff tabletop exercises that we had a couple weeks ago, the biggest thing that came out of it was that expectation management, but it's also early communications between emergency response and the utility providers. And that's really to help emergency planning at the local level. Are they shutting down schools? Are they staffing more police or staffing more EMS or getting generators to fire stations that possibly don't have them? But then also the internal communications between state agencies and local governments and how that's going to flow from the utility providers down to the local level. We also talked about that cost that it could incur by the locals, and if they qualify for the state disaster assistance program, if they qualify for a local emergency. So we did talk about that as well. But we are doing a lot of things to help address these. But the biggest thing that did come out of that exercise was preparedness at the local level and informing your constituents and your community about preparedness for a power outage. A power outage is going to happen regardless if it's intentional through a public safety power shutoff or a high wind event, but really understanding that preparedness aspect and getting people to understand that. Also to understand your community if you need to open up a shelter and who's going to be using those shelters. One of the emergency managers from Portales did note that they went through all this trouble to open up a shelter and nobody came. So she said that beforehand, what she would like to do is actually reach out to her community and say, if an emergency were to happen, would you need emergency sheltering so that they can have those plans in place? As far as, I do have one question for PNM, but that was my thing on PSPS. So there are some co-ops that receive power from a PNM transmission line. And if that line is shut down because of a PSPS, that co-op can then lose power to that service area. And I would like to know is how is PNM communicating with that co-op? And is there mapping that shows which co-ops would be affected if a PSPS happened?
So yeah, we work through our power operations group.
Grab a mic, please. Thank you.
All right, so when we have a weather event coming and we're forecasting through areas, we'll actually work through our power operations group, and they've got the contacts with the co-ops or any of the jurisdictions that they have interconnections with that would have services from those transmission lines. They start that outreach very early on, very similar to the communication outreach we talked about, so that they're communicating the watch, the potential, and then as it moves up in severity or likelihood of an event actually occurring. We have not had to turn off a transmission line that serves a co-op yet. But we have all those mapped. We have the communication network already built, and then we've started that communication outreach during events. So, yeah.
Maybe all three utilities ought to address how the power shutoffs would occur with respect to the larger transmission lines as opposed to the more local distribution lines, because it seems to me the risks are entirely different. The physical structure of the poles and, you know, just the physics of it is entirely different on the big lines versus your local distribution. So is there any response from any of the utilities regarding the likelihood of those types of lines being impacted by our normal high winds in the spring?
I can touch a little bit on that. So we have multiple different transmission lines on our system, and no different than we mapped all of our high fire risk areas. We looked at transmission lines that intersect those high fire risk areas. We've done assessments. So when we mentioned the pole inspections, facility inspections, we perform those on all of our transmission and distribution facilities. Most of our transmission lines fall under different standards as far as clearing for vegetation. And that's like our 345, 230, some of our 230. There's a little bit of our 115. When we move into our sub-transmission, and when I say sub-transmission, 46 kV, 69 kV, a lot of that build is very similar to distribution build. So we're thinking of that construction very similar to our distribution construction build as far as like what it can withstand. Because you're exactly right. When we build a transmission line, it might be it could withstand higher wind loading than our distribution levels. So while we have one CRI index, we are evaluating the difference in the facility, the structure that's actually built, and then what's the wind loading against the forecast. So does that answer your question? There's still a potential we may have to turn off the transmission. That's maybe a point I should make clear. The severity of the storm maybe have to be higher depending on the type of transmission build.
Right. And with respect to your tie-ins with the co-ops, is it coming off the higher voltage, bigger lines, or is it coming off the lines that are maybe more susceptible to a power shutoff?
Most of the co-ops that we serve are served off of the 345 lines. I don't know if we have any.
So really to answer the question, there's less risk of a shutoff to a co-op than the average consumer in a high wind event area off your distribution line.
There is, but I do want to say that there's still a possibility of need to de-energize those lines, right? So, I mean, some of them are very remote areas that are hard to access to, so.
I echo what he stated in terms of the designs of transmission lines. The other thing, at least our 345 network, many of those lines are in parallel. So even if we didn't shut them off, or if we had a failure due to the high winds, we would have other redundancy whip lines. We do have a couple of pockets, or Hatch, town of Hatch is served off of a radio transmission line. It's not in a high risk fire area, but if it were to be damaged, we would lose service to the town. It would take us time to backfeed through distribution. And then the only other radio, we have a radio into the White Sands area. There's a line that's radio into that area, Holloman. And then there's to the NASA facilities, I think west of the mountains. And then in Texas, we have a radio line. Same thing, not fire risk, but that one's radio that if we were to lose that line. But we don't serve any co-ops in New Mexico. The one co-op we serve is in Texas.
Yes, this is Kyle with SPS, and at this time, I'll just have to say that that scenario would fall into our PSPS protocols that Paul touched on earlier. And to get in detail of this, I would have to refer to him to go back into our PSPS plan.
This was a really interesting afternoon, and I'll offer a few more thoughts based on what I've heard. The discussion following the city of Santa Fe's layout of the set of unintended consequences that affect the public, things that local governments can prepare for. I think there's a nice tie to Senate Bill 48 that passed this session and Senate Bill 49, which funded it. It's the Community Benefits Fund, and it's, I think, really intended to help local governments with support from state agencies, like do those things, like trace out what are the consequences and how do we mitigate it with funding. So something to look at that's not necessarily a regulatory action, but maybe a piece of a solution that needs to be articulated. During my presentation, I referred to what we're learning from the federal government. And I think that today's discussion is particularly timely at the whole workshop series, is because we need to expect that the trend is that states and local governments are going to need to spend more money on wildfire mitigation all around, and that the funding streams that we have relied on for many years to both prepare our firefighting forces, to buy equipment, and to do tree thinning projects with utilities or on private lands, those funding streams are going to get cut off. It's just a matter of how quickly. So as a state, that's something we need to grapple with. A specific idea that we talked about a little bit over lunch, and that fits with the State Forest Action Plan strategy for item 4.1 that I kind of glossed over, is I think there are some things that the Forestry Division can do to provide some tools through the PRC to the utilities to create some guidance in terms of the tree thinning that's goes beyond the right of way. And that was referred to multiple times, that it's, the narrow strip of the right of way, whether it's 10 feet or 40 feet, is not enough. And in other settings, we've talked about kind of a feathering strategy. So if the area under the line itself is really cleared of all vegetation, there's a buffer area that where you would feather the trees and have some pretty good spacing, so that when wildfire does come in there, there's something you can do about it. It's going to hit the ground, not be a roaring crown fire. And so thinking toolbox would be about specifications, like things that could be put into a scope of work to get that that work accomplished for different forest types. I wanted to offer Intera licenses to any of the IOU and co-ops that want to participate in the use of this interoperable real-time data sharing platform. We have licenses available. We could offer it with training. So I think follow up with me if that's something you're interested in. And joint communications. So I think it was Chanel just said, managing public expectations around the PSPS. And I think it's really confusing that each utility and co-op, if they go that route, is going to have different messaging around it. And that's confusing to the public. Something to consider would be some standards for communication and or a process to actually do the communication jointly. As far as the question around duplication of efforts with Senate Memorial 2, I don't have further thoughts about that. I am open to ideas. I hope that that maybe in the rest of this limited time we have, that people will come up with some good ideas to avoid the duplication. Thanks.
Okay, that's helpful. And I think to the extent that the commission takes some sort of action as a result of these workshops, it is with respect to certain requirements that the utilities should need to meet. So, we can talk about like vegetation management, and I think the commission is in a good position to set at a high level minimum requirements. But when we're talking about feathering and different techniques, I think that we would defer to the plan that the utility comes up with, and then invite experts such as yourself to look at those plans and work with the utility to make sure that you agree that it's a good plan. And that's the help that we would need, because we don't have that expertise. And so I think that's certainly something that we can do. Just to provide another example, I think that we could require certain notice for PSPS, but again, I think that rather than the commission setting a timeline, it's really more about the utility and the local government having a conversation to see what works, and then that, coming through a plan that is submitted, and hopefully by the time that it's submitted, the utility has worked with stakeholders to come up with timelines that work for them. And so that's kind of what we can do. Obviously, we care about public safety, and we care about whether people don't have power or not, but there's also like an extent to the authority that we have. And so for that, we're happy to be in the conversation, but that's not, there's only so much that we can do within our jurisdiction. Well, thank you. Do a quick time check. So we have. Oh, yes, go ahead, please.
Anna Lindenweller from Western Resource Advocates. I just wanted to, first of all, thanks for the prompts in this page, and I would hope that the commission would also open up sort of a bench request in this docket that would reflect these questions and any others that you've thought of in the meantime. I know that we would be very interested in responding, and I'd like to hear from the utilities and the state forester and everyone in here about these questions and others. But I did want to briefly talk about your first question, which is this idea of a commission rule around wildfire mitigation. And I think I'm going to echo some things that the state forester just said about having a place where there could be some common language and common standards across all utilities, which hopefully would reduce redundancy between them. I also want to ask as a question, stating that I have no opinion on this at the moment, but when SPS was talking about their other jurisdictions and the wildfire mitigation plans in Texas and in Colorado, and those plans are separate objects from a usual rate case. They seem to include cost recovery. And I would be interested in hearing from the commission and from the utilities as to whether that kind of formal object that has a cost recovery aspect to it is where they'd want a rule to land. And if so, how that avenue for cost recovery would interact with the current practice of putting wildfire mitigation and vegetation management costs into standard base rates in rate cases. Just as things I think we should talk about as we keep going forward. And I also just wanted to say that I really appreciate this entire day. I've learned a lot, and it's really wonderful to have the formal time to dig deeply into these questions. So thanks.
Thank you. And yeah, that's a great point about cost recovery. We have a separate docket for grid modernization, which I think the record is not closed on. So yeah, the rulemaking, and so there is some language there around wildfire, but that was not necessarily intended to be this. And so that's something that we can certainly talk about with respect to vegetation management and wildfire mitigation. And so, I mean, I guess the spoiler alert, what I'm hoping that comes out of this is a potential draft rule that the stakeholders and utilities work on together that we could then consider for potential adoption. And it could include potentially cost recovery and how that, how that would happen. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairperson Aguilera and Commissioner Nybert, staff, attendees. I am new to New Mexico. I'm the new CEO at Socorro Electric Cooperative. I'm new to the PRC. This is my first visit. Today, I leave much more knowledgeable, much more informed, and with things to take back to my cooperative so we can do our part with wildfire mitigation. And sitting back and observing and listening to everybody wouldn't be possible without the commission hosting this workshop And then all the attendees sharing all this data, all this software, all these ideas. So it's pretty amazing, and it speaks to how no matter the vast pool you see, different entities, co-ops, together, we're better for everyone. So I'm very thankful to the commission for hosting this, and I look forward to more workshops so we can all get on the same sheet and take our state and our co-ops and the other entities forward with regard to wildfire mitigation. So thank you.
You can either come up or take a mic. Your
Either way,
choice.
doesn't matter.
That one's already on for you.
Thanks, Manny. Leaving the mic on. Antonio Sanchez, CEO, Farmers Electric Co-op out of Clovis, New Mexico. So I've been actively involved in this wildfire mitigation for quite some time. In our cooperative, we serve 3 counties in Texas as well. And so we had to develop an EOP as well, which includes a wildfire mitigation plan and a vegetation management plan. A few years back, the commission tasked us to provide, and this is the PRC commission, to provide copies of those items. I guess you had a college intern that was kind of doing a project, and they gathered those from all of us here in New Mexico, and then they commented back on how those were written and stuff like that. And so the thought's always been in the back of our minds that we're going to have to come up with something similar to that here. The thing to keep in mind is there's 16 co-ops and all 16 are different. And so when somebody says we need to have this cookie cutter plan, it's not going to work. You can have certain items in a plan that'll work, but an overall plan's not going to work for everybody. I like the idea of, let's say, just like we did with Rule 568, let's come up with a working group and let's come up with something that we can do together. But while keeping in mind, they're not all going to be the same because, you know, things are different. With respect to a public safety power shutoff, we're served by Xcel Energy. 100% of our power flows over their transmission lines. We purchase all of our power out of Oklahoma, and we have a wholesale power contract. So we cannot self-generate. We can't purchase from another generator. Everything has to come through Western Farmers. And so that's one of the things that makes us different from tri-state members. There's 4 of us that fall into that category. And so the reason I'm bringing that up is Farmers Electric Cooperative serves 10 counties, 7 in New Mexico, 3 in Texas. We have 11,000 square miles of land in New Mexico that we cover. We cover the area around Tucumcari. We don't cover Tucumcari proper. That's Xcel Energy. So during their last 2 PSPSs, they de-energized people in the Tucumcari area that were also members of our cooperative. And you say, how does that happen? Well, they didn't de-energize our meters. They de-energized meters that belong to Xcel, but our members had meters of ours as well that stayed on because we didn't activate a PSPS. And so there was a confusion bit there where our phone framed quite a bit. And so I think it's very important, like you've talked about, engaging with our members and letting them know how this works and what potentially can happen. Because they were expecting power to be off and their neighbors are calling saying, hey, how come your lights are still on and ours aren't? And so, you know, people become aggravated and that doesn't help matters at all. But I'm just throwing food for thought out there while you guys are developing thoughts and ideas and coming up with strategies for maybe a new rule. I just wanted to offer some input there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from anybody in the room? Seems like not. Patrick, do we have anybody online with any questions?
Commissioner, we don't have anyone on Zoom for public comment or questions.
Okay, and we do have one more comment or question here in the room.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one thought on the memorial versus what your efforts are. And memorials are really the road to legislation. Maybe that's where we can focus on the memorial to potential legislation. And then with your efforts on the things you all can control. the things you have control over. So just a thought. But Antonio said, you know, the old saying is, if you've met one co-op, you've met one co-op. They're all different. In some co-ops, we might have the same person doing billing, reading meters and doing vegetation management. So we don't have the luxury of doing one cookie cutter things. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the discussion. I also learned a lot today, and I guess I'm moving to the next item on the agenda. I also learned a lot today. We do have Mackley, who is kind of leading this effort for staff, and so he has dates for the future workshops. And are those public? Yeah, yes, they are. So they're on the calendar, and he is a good person to reach out to with any questions or ideas for what we should talk about. I mean, we have some ideas based on this conversation, and Mackley also has been working with me and others to come up with the topics that we want to make sure we want to discuss. And so we'll continue to do that. And it sounds like we have some questions and a request to issue those questions in a bench request, which is our process to get information into the record. And so we do have a docket for this. As was mentioned earlier, there were questions that the commission asked a couple of years ago, and so that's the same docket that we have here, which is 22-00154-UT. And so we follow this informal and then formal process of getting information and coming up with rules. But I really appreciate the collaboration, and I appreciate the different perspectives that are here. That is essential to us being able to balance all of the interests that we're required to balance. And so thank you for your time. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Nybert for any closing remarks.
I just appreciate everyone's comments and their presentations today. We're not going to get far away from fire in the upcoming days, because Monday in Ruidoso, the commission will meet in Ruidoso to discuss a specific fire, one that affected the Ruidoso Lincoln County community. So fire, again, is not just a state concern, local concern. It is really at the forefront of virtually every meeting we go to these days, and everybody's grappling with the issue. One caution that I would give on maybe jumping out on rulemaking is we may want to have a rule, but we also need to recognize that a lot of efforts being made and has been made on this effort. And I think we're going to see best practices kind of move with technology and other things over the course of the next few years. And so we don't want to lock things in and prevent those best practices from coming to New Mexico either. So we're kind of going to be in that ballpark for a while, and we do need to maintain some flexibility so that we give the technology, some of which was presented today, a chance to see how practical it is, see how effective it is in eliminating or at least reducing the risks that the utilities face. So thank you very much, and we'll continue to work with you on these issues. And again, I think all our doors are open. So if you have something that comes to mind, please let us know so we can incorporate it. And again, Mackley's kind of spearheading the effort, so it's probably more important you talk to him than it is to talk to us. But we do appreciate the time and effort you've made.
Thank you. I'm going to assume we have no objection to adjourning, so we're adjourned.